Hmm. Uh, how's it going, guys? How is everybody doing? So, I'm having technical difficulties, as you can tell. The camera is acting slow. Hmm. I still haven't gotten myself a camera. How about that? Um, hmm. Anyway, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hi, hot in here too. One in the chat if you guys can hear me, okay? Awesome. Awesome. So I'm not sure what's going on with my camera. It's really slow. I mean, I know why. I'm not connected to a cable. Uh, One day in my life, I'll figure this stuff out. Okay. So first, welcome everybody. Welcome to the live. We're gonna do the best we can. Um, like I said, one day I will figure all this stuff out, but for now, I am struggling. Anyway, so it's been a crazy week, guys. It's been a really crazy week. And first of all, let me stop. How is the camera, guys? Does it look laggy to you guys? Does it look laggy? Because I feel it's laggy. Is the camera laggy to you guys? Is everything lagging? Yep. And blurry. Wow. All right. All right. Hold on. Okay. Hold on for a second. I know I muted myself. Is it still laggy right now? Everything is laggy right now, right? Still. Who needs audio? Is it still laggy, guys? Yeah, it seems laggy. My gosh, this is terrible. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to go out and come back in again. Um, I'll be right back. Actually, how are we gonna do this? All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Can you hear me? One in the chat, please. One in the chat if you can hear me. Thank you for your patience. If you've never been on the Use Stride Live before, what you should know is that I always have technical issues. Oh man. Anyway, good. Glad you guys can hear me. Basically, I found my camera was in a different network. It's a virtual camera. It was really laggy. So I'm like, why is this thing acting up like this at the moment when I really don't need it to do that? But anyway, we're up, and Sensei Vegan should be joining us, but I'm not sure yet. I did send him the link. Sensei, check out the link. But anyway, it's been an amazing week, guys. It's been a very interesting week, actually. As you all know, I went to New York to test the wheel, all right? The most anticipated wheel of 2021, or was it 2020? Anyway, it was, man, wow. That wheel was highly anticipated. As a matter of fact, right now, it's still anticipated. Because I read a lot of comments. A lot of people are saying, you know, they're disappointed, etc. But I still see comments where people are like, you know, I don't care. I want an S20. You know what I'm saying? It's just one fire. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? I hear them. I'm going to let Sensei Vegan in. Sensei, let me just, you know what I'm saying? But Sensei, I give him a lot of, what's up?
Everything good? Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you guys hear Sensei? Can you guys hear Sensei Vegan? Two in the chat if you can hear Sensei. Yes, two in the chat if you guys can hear the Sensei.
Mic check, testing.
Mic check, yep, there you go. All right, awesome, they can hear you. All right, so give me a second, okay, Sensei?
Yep, do your thing, brother.
All right, cool. So here's the thing, guys, before, you know, I like I said, I am a Gotway rider. Okay, I'm an EUC rider first, but Gotway got me into the performance riding because of how they're just unapologetic about riding fast, about machines. They're machines. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. They give you everything you need. If you want safety, you got it. If you don't want safety, you got it. You know, it's like they give you a raw machine. You do what you want with it. It's kind of like Android. Kingsong is like Apple. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of restrictions. You can get around it, but you really don't want to brick your phone. You know, it's kind of one of those things. But here's the thing. I was very excited to go to New York and test this wheel. Very excited. You guys saw I posted on my community chat, hey, I booked the ticket. Hey, I'm riding my EXN just to get used to that, you know, that tire that they talked about, because a lot of people talked about that knobby tire being so crazy. The top heaviness. There was a lot of things that was in my mind, you know, and most of all, the most craziest thing that was on my mind at the time was the torque, the lack of torque. You guys saw the live I had with Sensei Vegan. He wrote it and he explained that he had lack of torque. I'm sorry, it had lack of torque from the beginning. You saw my live with E-Rides. He mentioned the same thing. So there was a consistent number of individuals who were both new and experienced who did talk about the lack of performance where this wheel is concerned. Now, a lot of them are, you could tell people were trying to be really nice to Kingsong, not trying to beat it up. And of course, because it's not really Kingsong's lane. Kingsong is not known for this type of performance. So it made sense that people weren't trying to beat up on Kingsong. I wasn't trying to beat up on Kingsong. I was just pointing out that Kingsong is not used to 100+ volt wheels. You know what I'm saying? Once you hear a company like Kingsong doing that, you know, someone mentioned something. I think it was in EVX Live that he had with the Black Cobra and Sean, and they mentioned that, you know, since Kingsong, it's like it's not a Kingsong if you don't have the please decelerate. You know, I don't know if you guys remember this. Who remembers please decelerate? You know what I'm saying? That was a Kingsong thing. You know, you automatically knew you can't push that wheel beyond its limit. You can't even push it close to its limit. You know, it's a beautiful commuter wheel. It's a wheel that's meant to introduce you into the world of EUC. You didn't have to worry about safety. You didn't have to worry about over fires. You didn't have to worry about over torquing. Nothing. You didn't have to worry about any of that. That was their lane, and they were driving in that lane very responsibly for a very long time. But here's what happened. eventually that's just what happens in companies, I guess, or in the market. You have innovations that happen over time. And then if you're in a certain sector of that market, you find that, people are leaving you. They're going ahead and you're behind. Well, at least it looks like that to you, like you're behind. But I strongly feel, and let me know if you guys agree to this, I strongly feel that Kingsong would have been perfectly fine if they had just stayed in that lane and not tried to even compete or even like sidestep another company such as Gotway, Librakim, or whatever. They would have been perfectly fine where they were. But that's not what happened. Sherman came out, InMotion came out, and now I guess, because we do say that they don't listen to us, right? A lot of customers did say, hey, I want a more powerful wheel from the most safest company out there, because it was during the same time. I hope you guys are noticing, I'm making a case for Kingsong here. I'm making a case for Kingsong because it's like, I don't feel we should take the knife and stab them, right away, because they've been such a great company for such a long time. I think if you had a track record of doing something, if you're a person and everybody knows you for doing great, and then you just do one mess up, and that mess up ends up being like the worst mess up in the world, like the most unexpected thing that no one would expect you to do, and then you go ahead and you do it, not willingly, you did it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So do we give Kingsong a pass? You know what I'm saying? Do we give them a passive pass, or do we just freaking cut them out and be like, listen, we don't have time for this. This could have been someone's house. This could have been someone's car. This could have been someone's family. This could have been this. This could have been that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and I think what's interesting to take note here is that if you look at most of the reviews, and I saw this in the comments, so I'm addressing people who mentioned that in the comments, that a lot of reviewers are reviewing the wheels as if there's money to be made. There's money to be made with the affiliate links. There's money to be made with selling the wheels. It's like there's a fine line between, because a long time ago, it wasn't like that. A long time ago, you bought the wheel from a well-loved and trusted distributor called eWheels. I'm sorry, but they were the ones in the game for the longest. You had Tech Toys that not many people know about, but there was Tech Toys, there were a lot of other companies out there, but the main one was eWheels, and eWheels has just been the trusted brand for a long time, distributor for a long time. So it's like you're in this space and you're like, man, like, you get this wheel and there's no affiliate links. You're just riding. You're just buying, reviewing, riding. Okay. But eventually you started getting these affiliate links, and you started getting riders like us starting new companies to kind of like address some of the issues that, eWheels didn't cover. And then you have alien rides come out. Boom. You're like, whoa, alien rides. That's awesome, because we know alien rides wheels like us. You know what I'm saying? And this is one of the reasons I'm only hearing good things about alien rides, is because these guys tend to do a good job, but they do it from the user perspective because they themselves are users. E-Rides is doing the exact same thing. Rev Rides, you know what I'm saying? Like, they just keep coming, like more EVs from Canada. Holy smokes. So you have like a huge amount of new people just coming out now. And the problem I noticed, okay, but I won't mention names because I can't really point it out like that. But what I noticed with many reviewers is that because there's an underlying, reason to promoting those wheels or reviewing those wheels where it's going to affect their bottom line, they're not really testing it how they used to in the past. And this is why you got to give New York credit. I'm sorry. This is why you got to give New York all the prop. And Marty Blake, okay? Marty Blake as well. But in his last video, he did not test the KS20. It was someone else riding the KS20 on the overheat hill. I prefer Marty rode the KS20 on the overheat hill because he would know how to push it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, that's besides the point. The point is, testing how it was done back then it's been pacified. Okay, they put a little pacifier in the mouth and we're just sucking on it. You know what I'm saying? We're just sucking on the pacifier. Yum, yum, yum. So it's like, that's not good. That is not good, because look, here's the thing. I found out recently, and Sensei, I'm gonna let you on. I found out recently that the the reason, because New York is known for destroying wheels, just destroying these wheels. So when I saw that the wheel was still available to be tested, in fact, shout out to the subscriber that told me to reach out to Sean. Okay, it was I wasn't even thinking about it. It was a subscriber that told me reach out to Sean and get him to get you to ride the wheel, get you to test the wheel. So I reached out to Sean. Boom, bada bing. As soon as he said yes, dude, I was at work. As soon as he said yes, book the ticket. Book the ticket. In fact, it was supposed to rain the next day. The next day, it was supposed to rain from 11 on, and it was like 45% rain. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, I already bought the ticket. Am I going to cancel it? So I reached back to him and I said, dude, I'm coming. I don't care. I'm still coming. And then he was like, sure. I just want you to know it's raining. So I came, no rain. So the rest is history, as you know. But the point is, I was very excited. I was very excited to go test this wheel. So testing in New York is completely different, as Sean mentioned in one of his videos, than any other place that you've tested wheels. So if you've been to a demo day, the demo day is just you go, you feel it out, and then you ride. E-wheels, because if you work directly with e-wheels, they don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't want you to kill the wheel, but they're hoping that you would ride the wheel the way you would normally ride the wheel and bring out some of the problems that these manufacturers are not going to be able to catch. So when you see a lot of commenters like saying, hey, why you, like Chooch, for example, I'm sorry, I got to call out Chooch in this way. I don't hate Chooch, okay? I don't hate Chooch. I don't hate Chooch, okay? Don't look at this as the wrong way. Whoa, wrong way. That's a crazy pun. But anyway, the point is this. I am surprised that Chooch would ask me in the comment section in one of my videos. He asked, it's a simple question. He wasn't rude. He was very nice. He said, why would you torque the wheel back and forth like that? Thinking, wow, Chooch, I've looked up to you since I learned how to ride. And it's people like you, it's people like people in New York who taught me how to push these wheels. That's all we've been doing is pushing wheels. So when he asked me, why am I torquing the wheel? I almost got flabbergasted. I'm like, what? I'm confused. That's what we're supposed to be doing, testing these wheels. So it was kind of interesting to me that he would say it like that. But that is what we do. So you have Chooch, you have Wrong Way, you have a lot of big channels out there that are not really covering it as quickly as I would hope that they would. And that's disappointing. That's disappointing. It's disappointing because it's not our job to, give any company a pass. If they fail, they fail. And you let the people know, say, listen, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And then that way, you as the consumer, you as the buyer, and they're buyers themselves, like I said there. But we've taken on that responsibility, right? So we kind of have that responsibility by proxy to tell you what's going on. And we look, dude, I'm a reviewer, but I look to other reviewers because these guys get the wheels before me. So I look to them too. I look up to them. And so when I see that a week goes by and not any of these guys mention what's going on or what went on, besides Sean, let's get Sean out of this. Sean covered it, obviously. Who else covered it? There was some smaller channels that covered it, and I was very surprised that the bigger channels didn't mention it because these guys are smart. They know what's going on with the wheel. I was just disappointed. I have to say that. I don't care if you're getting a ton of affiliate links. I don't care if you're getting a ton of money from. I don't know what's going on in the background. You need to cover this. You need to say, listen, as much as you like this Kingsong, this is what's happening. Let's get on the ball. Let's tell Kingsong, hey, get this fixed. Okay. So I was just totally disappointed by that. I hope I don't become like that because, that's just how it is with us, with human beings. We change, but I just hope I never become like that. I will always tell it to you like it is because, I just can't. I just can't have something happen where if I had the opportunity to tell you and I didn't tell you, I'd feel like I failed you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let Sensei Vegan in because it was Sensei Vegan that told me, you stride with the way you ride this thing. First, he mentioned the battery. He said, there's no way this battery is gonna last. Okay. And then EVX mentioned in his review that he feels as if they took, because I mentioned it too, but he mentioned it. And I looked at his review and he said that. He's like, it looks like they took the technology from the S18 and tried to just scale it up a little bit without doing any crazy technology, any advancements there. And it really seems like that. It really, because one of the main complaints with the S18 was that it didn't have enough battery. Not the motor, didn't have enough battery. So I have no idea, but there's a lot to explain here. What we're going to discuss tonight, as soon as I let Sensei Vegan on, is their response. Kingsong's response to this particular event. What did they do? What did they do? Did they research what went on? Did they handle it properly? Do you guys think they handled it properly? After I show you some of the responses. And let me just let Sensei on and he'll add his 2 cents. Go ahead, Sensei. What's up? Welcome to the live.
Thank you. What's up? What's up, everybody? Happy? Is it still Saturday? I don't know. But one thing I do want to address. There's no way you can ride in New York City and not torque the wheel. You can't. It's impossible. I'm not even a serious high-speed rider, and I don't want to ride in New York. You're on it, you're accelerating, you're braking. You're accelerating and braking, especially when you're lane splitting. There's no way. You got to get on it and get off of it, or you're going to die on the street. So there's no way that you can really ride a wheel. You got to ride. You got to ride when you're in New York. But from the initial time that I got to ride the S20, now I didn't push it as hard as you. And when I spoke to you about it, I wasn't even going to test the wheel. I was basically down there just to get some footage. And then Brother Cobra was like, you got to ride. You got to ride. I'm like, all right. He's like, get in line. I said, all right, man, I'll get in line. I'll ride it. But I was watching like a hawk. I was watching and I was listening. And that is one thing I said, the wheel didn't have torque. Now, once it got up and going, it was quick. But off the initial jump, I was like, man, if somebody just leaned into that thing a little too much, some bad things are going to happen. I think after you ride it for a while. I do think some of the reviews for the S20 were padded. Again, I'm not being mean. I'm not going to call anybody out, but I think it happens that way because they don't want to lose maybe the portal that they have, in a sense, is getting wheels early and reviewing and things like that. So they kind of walk on eggshells when it comes to the reviews. Again, you, Marty, Sean did a good job on the S20. I mean, you got to push. Think about this.
Sean did an amazing job.
And I know sometimes Marty gets flack, and I love his channel. They say, well, he shouldn't push the wheels that way. I say this. If Marty wouldn't have pushed the wheels the way that he did, the wheels will not be built the way they are today. Because it was like they're making wheels, but they were making wheels not how riders are riding them. That was the biggest problem. So if you want the wheels to get better, you got to push them. You got to push them. So you asked about, did they do a good job as far as damage control? Honestly, I think they did the best job that they could. But again, everyone's going to have their own opinion and how they feel about it. That's very, you're not going to take the sour taste out of everybody's mouth. There's just no way. Some people might cancel orders. Some dealers might cancel orders. I think loyal fans of Kingsong, and I'm not a Kingsong hater. I give respect to all wheel companies and all wheels. I'm a rider. Hey, if the wheel's good, I'm going to say it's good. If I don't like the wheel, I don't like the wheel. It's that simple. But I don't want to be biased. If I'm reviewing a wheel on my channel, I'm going to tell the truth. I don't want to mislead anybody. But I think they're doing the best that they can. I think they got in a little over their head. Honestly, in my opinion, I think they should have just taken the S18, what was great about the S18, and what needed to be fixed, just fix what needed to be fixed. People said it needed more power, it needed more battery. Fine-tune the S18 and put that out, and maybe work as that's put out. Keep working on the S20 behind the scenes, and in 2023 come out with the with the S20. That's what I would have done if I was head of Kingsong. I think they jumped the gun just a little bit too much. They tried to reinvent the whole wheel in record time to try to compete with these other companies, and you can't go on their time clock. You can't. You got to go on your own time clock.
What do you think, Sensei, that they jumped from 84 volts to 126, not even 100.
They should have just went with the 100-volt wheel. They should have just went with the 100-volt wheel. That's what I would have did. You know, I mean, think about this. You have 100-volt wheels that can outrun that.
I know.
Your high speed MSP. So what I'm saying is, some of the tech was not necessary. It wasn't necessary.
Like the Hall. So what's interesting is they mentioned that there would be a technology called the Hall-less sensor technology software or whatever.
Everybody had a problem with that.
In their response, or I don't know if it's in their response, but
it was the response. Yeah.
Someone responded that the shaking of the motor, usually that's a Hall sensor problem.
Well, they shakes like that. The Hall sensor in their response. It was in the letter.
I think that's why I didn't want to say they said it, because I don't remember if
it was in the letter. I can't remember what page it was, but we're
gonna address this tonight. I have their response, I have their videos, I have response from electric EUC service. I have response from two people I trust: EUC service and Panda. Okay, you guys may know him as Archie. Okay, these guys, Panda knows his battery, and not just battery, he just knows EUCs. Mm-hmm. And I listen to these two guys because they're very technical, and they're technical. It's so funny. Like, Panda actually responded before I even spoke to him.
Wow.
And a lot of the stuff he said in there kind of made sense to me, because I heard a pop. First, the motor slipped twice because I did 2 successive hard braking attempts. And then there was a pop. And the way he explained it made a lot of sense. But what I really, really wanted you to hear was, or I'll read to you, is EUC Services response. Because you know who EUC Service is, right?
Yep. MSS.
I hope you guys know who EUC Service is. EUC Service is a service. It's a company that provides a service where they pretty much take the base product from Gotway, mostly Gotways, and they literally ramp it up. But they don't just ramp it up with more power or anything, or batteries. These guys actually do tweaking. You know, they do, I'm not going to get into what they do, but they do tweaking, okay? They tweak the wheel to the point where it's like, you know, it's almost impossible to cut it out. And do you have anything to say? Because I can just go.
Well, the EUC services, they're famous for the MSS.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look that up, and you'll pretty much need to see everything you need to see. But no, man, just jump into the meat and potatoes of it.
Yeah, let's jump into. I don't want to hold it up. I don't want to hold you guys up. Let's jump into the meat and potatoes. All right. Now, I got this. I got this information from what's his name? Wow, I'm so bad. Damn, what's his name? He's a writer, Ronan. I got it from Ronan.
Cool, man.
Okay, so there's a Telegram app, guys. If you don't know about it, it's Telegram, and you can go to nyc.euc collective, and there's a bunch of other EUC groups on there, and they communicate back and forth, and they usually have the inside scoop before anyone else does. So I went on there, and I just reached out to whoever was listening, and I asked, has Kingsong released a finding yet of what happened? And they did. So let's look at that response real quick. Let me share my screen. I'm sure some of you have already seen this, but if you haven't, you're going to see it here. So let me share this screen real quick. And Sensei, have your thinking cap on.
It's always on, man.
You know,
like the Hulk, I'm always angry.
All right. So you guys can clearly see the screen, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. So here we go. I'm going to try reading this to the best of my ability. It says, official announcement, analysis report of EUC Eagle sample. Notice they didn't put the S20 in there. There's a reason for that. In case you guys don't know, the S20 Eagle is now the S22 Eagle. Okay. Some people commented that this is the best marketing ploy, because it's like when you do a number of searches now, over time, since it's not even released yet, the wheel, it's just been a demo. There's a ton of deposits for it. But now, moving forward, if this is fixed, you'll have a ton of searches for S22, which hopefully will just drown out the S20 in the long run, if you think about it. But I think the S22 is probably because it's the year 22. I don't know. But yeah, so let's read their response here. It says analysis report of the EUC Eagle. I'm not going to read everything. You can read it, but it says, dear customers and riders worldwide. Firstly, Kingsong would like to express our sincere apology to all of you again. We feel deeply grateful for all your support and belief in us. Kingsong has conducted comprehensive investigation, testing, and analysis to help locate the root cause this week, as they said they would. So we got to give them credit for that. They said they would do it in a week. They did something in a week, okay? I'm not going to say it's good or bad. They did something in a week, so check mark for that. We also reproduced the incident under controlled circumstances to further investigate the causes of the incident. For the battery test video, please refer to the video we posted on YouTube. The name of the video is Tests Related to Battery Pack S22. So we're going to play that as well, but if you want to look at the video, it's Tests Related to Battery Pack of S22. Okay, so even in their response of their investigation of the incident, they call it S22. Upon the testing and investigation, we now share with you the analysis report and the solution as below. Analysis of causes. According to user feedback, the unicycle experienced a loss of power during the riding process. B, in the video, the EUC suddenly lost power while riding. After analysis, it may be that so they're not really sure. It may be that the system detects an error of Hall this is where they said it, of Hall sensor signal during the riding, resulting in failure to output power. Interesting. At this time, software should play a protective role. However, after the vehicle fell to the ground due to software bug, the power output could not be cut off in time, resulting in MOSFET being shorted. Interesting. The product design should be such that the battery protection system takes effect and turns off the power output. However, the actual phenomenon was that the battery began smoking and eventually catching on fire, which means that after the motherboard is short-circuited, the battery protection function failed to initiate, resulting in a short circuit and fire. D, key points of incident. So they have two questions here. Why did the power cut off during riding? That's a question. Number two question. Why did the MOSFET short after the power cut? And the third question, why did the battery protection system fail? So if you go to Kingsong International on Instagram, you'll see them try to reproduce this problem. Okay, so the analysis of the motherboard. Oh, first of all, what do you think so far of this?
Honestly, it's the best they can do. I mean, I don't see any other way that they could really come at this. I really don't. I really don't. It's like I said, it's damage control at this point.
It's damage control at this point.
It's damage control. I don't, and unless they take and scrap the whole thing and start over. But this is the only way they can go about it. At least they're addressing it. It's not like it's a closed case. Hey, it happened. So what? We're going to put the wheel out anyway. At least they're making an honest effort. At least you hope they're making an honest effort anyway to do something about it. I believe it'll all come together.
Okay. Right. So I'm going to read this last section. But guys, if you want to watch the whole thing, check the YouTube out or check the Kingsong International. I'm going to read the analysis part. It says, analysis of motherboard problems. The firmware model of the customer riding vehicle KS20 is KS20B. So I had the KS20B. That's the official version of the first batch of the KS20. So a lot of people were asking me what version it was. I don't see a version number, but it says vehicle is KS20B. Wow. The firmware is a test version and has not been finalized. So that's good. So if a lot of you were thinking, is this a final batch version that was heading out? If we had not found out this problem, this is an answer right there for you. That indeed that is kind of confusing to me. I have Black Cobra on here, so I'm gonna let him in as well. Hello, Mr. Cobra. How's it going?
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on?
Yeah, I gave the link to Black Cobra, Sean, Panda, but Panda is writing. He's like all the way in Providence right now. So it's last minute, Cobra. So
Yeah,
that's
I
how I
was
am.
actually getting into bed. I got to get up early in the morning. I'm like, let me just check in with the fellas real
Yeah, just
quick.
check in, So did you see what we covered so far?
Yeah. I've been watching.
What's your take?
Yeah, I look, I'm gonna say first of all, kudos out to Kingsong.
Yeah.
Because if you guys remember, a couple of things we said on my live the other night was they'd have to address this right away, and not only
Which they
address it
did.
right away, but they'd have to reproduce what happened and try to figure out why it happened. And that's according to what I'm reading here. Now I haven't. Now I'm gonna be totally transparent. I've been on duty all for the last couple of days. I haven't seen this and been able to read it. So I just saw it like briefly, like an hour ago. I was like, oh man, I gotta dive into this later. And then I saw your link. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, he's diving into it right now. So I haven't really read it in depth, but the things that I did pick out of it was that it was done right away, that they tried to reproduce what happened, like we said they would have to in order to get our basically our confidence back. You know what I mean? Because that's the killer of this, and that's where other wheel companies have lost us. Well, they didn't lose all of us, because obviously Gotway is such a performance wheel company that people still stay with them no matter what, even with the fires and things that happen. Yep, go ahead and smile, you stride. Go ahead and smile.
Poke.
Yeah, because you are Gotway. It don't matter what the hell that company do. You might as well be you stride Gotway. But at the same time, I know it's because of the performance of the wheel. That's what gets you like that, and that gets a lot of people like that. However, they lost a lot of us because they did not respond in this same way.
Yeah.
This is the proper way to respond. Not saying that they're 100% right and everything is gonna be what we want to hear, but just saying that this is how you're supposed to handle it. So I give them kudos right away for coming back with what we said. Hey, do it right now. Don't lollygag. Don't drag your heels. Don't act like, well, no, do it. Figure it out and be on it. And that's what it looks like they're doing. So I give them credit. Now, what you guys said about them jumping from 84 to 100 volt, 134 volt, 126 volt, rather. I keep forgetting there's so many now. We have so many levels. I know. We have so many levels now. And them jumping, if you remember, they announced this wheel way back. And then it took a long time for them to get here. This has been one of the most anticipated wheels. However, it's been in production for a while. I think it's Gotway does that a lot, where they put out and put out and put out and put out. If you realize and think about it, Kingsong hasn't put out a whole bunch. They put out the S18 and they haven't put out anything else. Yep. And they announced this, and like a year later, it came out. Like, it was a long wait. I know, because my ass has been waiting. So, I was like, wow, this is the longest I've waited. Well, other than the Monster Pro, which,
your Skydio was the longest.
Ooh, yo, you're right. Was that over a year? You got me. You got me there. The Skydio was the longest ever. Thanks for reminding me of that. That hurt. Anyway. But so I think they took a long time to do it. But again, up to this far, they did everything right. It wasn't a perfect wheel, no way. It didn't have the torque, the quick torque off the line like other wheels that we wanted it to have. But once you got it going, it took a lot of abuse from a lot of people. If you think about how many places the wheels went, it wasn't just Sean riding that. It wasn't just all the New Yorkers beating the hell out of it. He sent it for off-road. And so it exposed that something happened in the long run. And that's what they have to figure out. So I don't think they have to go back to the drawing board. I don't think they have to start over. I think in this letter, they said something about this caused that, and then this happened, and then so they have an idea of what caused these problems. They just have to figure it out and fix it. And if
So
they
what
can't,
can I
go
ask
ahead.
you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think? Because I'm going to respond to what you just said in addition to them responding. I think them responding is a good thing. I mean, in fact, I gave them a ton of credit because they said they would do it in a week, and they absolutely did it in a week. But that opens up room for more problems, because within that week that they responded, I'm looking at some of the comments, and if I remember exactly where it was, I had a gentleman who explained how there was an issue with how they, oh, there it is, with how they tried to reproduce the problem. Thank you, Roland, for this 10 euros. And before I go into it, do you feel, Mr. Cobra, that the reviews that were done with that wheel was a little bit babied or soft? Because if you remember back in the days when there was many, I'm trying to make it
Don't sugarcoat it. Don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah,
I was listening earlier. Don't sugarcoat it.
Some of the reviews were sandbagging, man.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I would have to say that part of the thing is there were no issues with this wheel yet. The only issue they had was that it didn't have the off the line torque, but it held up to everybody. It held up to Overheat Hill. It held up. So the reviews were they 100%? They didn't really address the lower torque off the line. Not everybody addressed that, but some people did. And was it sugar coated? I don't think it was sandbagged to the point where, okay, we're just doing this to get it sold. I think they were excited about the wheel, and they were happy that the wheel there wasn't issues with it. Like, excuse me, Mike Leahy was able to jump this damn wheel. He was killing it. And Mike puts an ass whooping on a wheel. So he was able to do what he needed to do. New Yorkers were able to do what they needed to do. The problem is something.
But let me stop you. Let me stop you right there. I'm gonna destroy your train of thought. But when I spoke to Sean, because when I went to New York, I said to Sean, I'm surprised that this wheel didn't die before I came, because I know New Yorkers, they kill things, and so. His response to me was that he told them to hold back. You see what I'm saying? So as much as you believe that these people pushed it hard, he really didn't want them to kill it. That's his words. That was his words.
Yeah, I know.
And the second thing, I'm sorry. The second thing I want to say to you is that if you're saying something happened over time, how much time are we talking about here? We're talking about from the time it was
a month.
Go ahead.
They've been riding it for. No, I know.
Nothing.
No, I'm not saying it's supposed to. I'm saying that's what they need to address. What happened? What happened within that month? And wait, before I even get on that, to go back to Sean saying that he told them not to kill it. He may have told them not to kill it when he was riding with it, but I'm telling you what I saw when I was there. I was watching those guys do shit on that wheel, and I was going, like I I swear to God, I was like, they're gonna kill this wheel. I was waiting for it to die because there was some leaning going. There was some, man. Listen,
But is it something that's like, how do you say it? I'm trying to find a word here. Well, is it unusual for people to push a wheel and for it to die?
Well, no, it's they're killers because they find what it is that kills the wheel, and that helps us. And what I'm telling you is that day I thought they were going to find something. I really was waiting for the wheel to give out, because what's his name, Live, he put it up on the picnic tables and was jumping off of picnic tables with the damn thing. So I was like, he's gonna shake something loose or some wire or something. Nope. He was jumping off picnic tables like nothing. I was like, okay, what the hell? These dudes.
So
You know what?
maybe
Can I say
go ahead,
something?
Sensei. Go ahead.
Something
Yep.
that caught my, I think it was I believe it was the New York demo day. When people were pushing it, I don't know who said it, but it was like the motor was trying to catch up to itself off the start. So when I was looking and I was watching people, that's when something clicked in my head. And I'm saying, if this thing is already like it's slipping, or it's not, it's like the motor has to re-catch itself, eventually, man, it's going to wear down. It's going to wear down. And I think it's that it was drawing too much power, and eventually it was just too much for the batteries.
So two things that you said, Cobra. Actually, one thing that you said that I really want to address. In their response, it says, if I go back here, and that's to your point, Cobra, they said that so in the analysis of causes, if you look in the analysis of causes, if I make this a little bigger, okay, you guys can see this. Oh gosh, you can't see this. Hold on. Okay. In the analysis, oh gosh, all right, can you see this?
We can see it all.
All right. So in the analysis of causes in the B section, they say in the video, the EUC suddenly lost power while riding. Now, I heard a pop. I don't know what the pop is. They're telling me what they think the pop is. It lost power. After analysis, it may be, now they're not sure, it may be that the system detects an error of Hall sensor signal during the writing. In other words, they probably meant to say the error, meaning the Hall sensor cut out, which would actually be consistent with it falling, right? Because when it fell, it started going crazy. So that might have been, you said he went on a table and started jumping it. Do you think something like that would cause a Hall sensor to come loose?
But that's what I'm saying.
In the chat, what do you guys think too?
Could be.
I think it was all of the abuse that it's been taking. I think that it didn't hold up, and it should be holding up. But I don't think it did. I think that was the issue.
Needs to.
Yeah, it needs to hold up better. So there's some things that they need to work,
especially with suspension, right?
Yeah, no, but it held up well over the month that they had it. But I think by the time you got it, something went wrong. I don't know what. I know they're analyzing it, which I love, but I think my point is they did a really good job building this wheel. It's not that they didn't do a good job building the wheel. I think that there's something that happened, and it's a device that we were looking for. We're looking to push it, to break it, you know what I mean, so that we can find, hey, I don't want to find this out after I get mine, a month after I get mine. I don't want to fire, so I want them to find that. So whatever caused this, if it was a Hall sensor failure, that Hall sensor, maybe it failed due to all the abuse that the wheel took. I don't know.
But here's the thing though. If indeed it was a Hall sensor issue, as they're mentioning in point B, didn't they tell us that there would be Hall sensor-less technology in case a Hall sensor goes wrong?
Wow.
Wasn't that a safeguard? That was a safeguard that came directly from the CEO or one of the engineers in their video.
I don't remember them saying that it was
cutouts.
Yeah. Say it again.
It was supposed to protect against cutouts, if I'm not mistaken. The Hall.
Yeah, sensor. in case the Hall sensor had an error.
Right. But if you continue to read there, they also say that exactly what I said, that whatever happened, and then it caused the spark, and there was supposed to be a battery protection thing. There's supposed to be something. The system is designed so that if you do get some sort of spark like it did or whatever, it has protection. And they're saying it, and I can't remember how it was worded, but it was a failure of that battery protection.
Right.
And I'm like, well, that's what I mean. That's the key. Something failed and allowed the fire.
So you're forcing my hand. You're forcing my hand. So I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna share something with you guys, and let me know what you think. Okay, it's what they believe. They tried to reproduce what happened, and I have two engineers going back and forth in the comment, and I'm listening to them, and it makes.
Uh-oh, he froze.
Uh-oh. That's the dubstep drop. Bass is coming in.
So we're gonna continue for you. So
one question though.
What up?
Or now with all this stuff going on, after they fix it,
Yeah.
are they going to break even? Meaning that the wheel's going to come out the way that it should performance-wise, or is it going to be lacking something when they try to fix it? You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's something that's been on my mind too.
I know what you mean, and and we'll see. I'm really not sure whether they're going to be able to effectively fix this and get that fixed to all the wheels that are scheduled to come out.
Right.
And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that in time and still have the performance that we're looking for. There he is. What up, man?
Yeah, I know. I was just gonna say, guys, take over because I'm disappeared. But
you froze, but don't worry, you got two professionals here.
Yes, that is true. That is true. If I drop off, you guys will take over. But let me stop sharing the screen and then share it because I want to show you guys what they did. Okay, this is what they did to reproduce what they feel the issue was.
Is this the video?
This is the video.
Okay.
Okay, so you might not need audio to be honest because I don't think they're speaking. But let's just watch it. Let's watch it, guys. If you've watched it already, congratulations. Don't spoil the show.
Yeah, I haven't watched.
Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
All right.
Wilson says it needs a sick baseline. I'm just reading some of the comments.
Yeah, read it. Because that's what I'm going to cover. All right. So, okay. So I think the comments are very helpful. So why don't you guys tell me what you saw wrong or what you felt was good in this video? What was your thought to it?
Go ahead, Sensei. What you think?
Okay. It was, I don't know. I'm gonna throw it out there. It seemed too mechanical and not physical. Does that make sense of what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're using machines where, okay, I can understand trying to get the analysis of it, but it seemed more physical. It's like you might have to get somebody on that wheel and just start, trying to mimic what you did. And then whatever happens, happens. And if the wheel does the same thing, then you have the parts to actually see right there in front of you, dissect it and find it. I don't know if you're really going to find what you're looking for by doing what they're doing. I mean, they're putting forth the effort. I can congratulate them on that. But it seems like if you're going to try to find a problem, you have to recreate the problem the best way you can. You want to basically mimic what you did.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem with that though is what they're trying to do is they're saying that, okay, there was they have protection and they're like, it passed this protection, it passed this protection, and they're trying to say that they have, and I'm grateful that they have these protections, but the issue is, why did it fail? What went wrong? Like, I think it failed because something was out of whack with the wheel. I think something got beat up, something got dislodged, something malfunctioned, something. And I see that they're doing these very, good tests on what they have in place. But what you're saying, I'm kind of agreeing with, that they need to put that shit together and fuck it up.
Yeah, they're not putting.
Let me just cut the clinical. Put that shit together and just fuck it up.
Because after 12, brother.
Look, because what happened was, everybody beat the shit out of that wheel, jumping here, jumping there, doing this, doing that. Speed here, speed here. How many sets of stairs did that damn thing go down? Boom, 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 boom. Everybody did. I was hitting bumps on purpose. You know what I mean? I was hitting speed bumps at 25, 30 miles an hour. Boom, boom, with my big ass on it, trying to do some, trying to make it work.
Exactly.
So put it together, put more real American-sized people on it, and beat it up. Like,
it's true.
I don't care if you take the wheel and slam it around like they were doing in those videos that they had before. You know how they were slamming it into walls and shit? Do some more of that and try to recreate, and then ride it hard like he was riding it after you beat it up. Because there's these very clinical, docile tests, and yeah, somebody said, where'd they get that machine to drop batteries? Like, who designed the machine?
Yeah,
but here's the thing, Black Cobra, check it out. They're dropping it on wood, and the wood is not flat. The wood is kind of like, it has a surface curve to it.
Look, as much as they paid for that machine, right? Send me the money. I'll pick that shit up and slam them.
Go right on a throw it on the sidewalk, right?
I will take them batteries, toss them up in the air, slam them down.
Right.
I got you.
Right.
Because I was like, that machine just drops the battery. Like,
yeah,
I could see if it held it and slammed it. But anyway, that's just what I think. I think they need to put it together and beat it up. Because yes, they're showing that. I'm glad that they're showing the kind of protections that they have. They have short circuit protection.
But that's what I want to address. This is what I want to address here. So, Sensei, do you want to say something else before I go into this?
It's just they're not putting the wheel under the stress that it needs to be stressed out.
And the chat agrees with us. The chat agrees with us, by the way. they say a lot of crazy things like, nah, serious, we need an American-made machine. You know, that would mean like, oh man, I'm gonna address these comments later, but let me see if I could. I see how you struggle with comments, Black Cobra. So if you so if you look at this, if you look at this, Francios Simon, okay, I like his response a lot, dude. I pay attention to comments, like I absolutely pay attention to comments. And Francios Simon says, Hi, dear. First of all, let's give credit to Kingsong for attempting something. Right. Even if we're not engineers, we don't really understand what's going on. They did something, okay? So that's base one, at least it's a start. But this man says, hey, dear Kingsong, good video. Your fuse test is invalid, however, and does not reproduce the scenario which led to NYC fire. At 407, you are making a short but interrupting it immediately. Get it? You remember when they touched it and let it go?
Yeah.
So his point is at 4.7, you are making a short but interrupting it immediately. So it prevents the fuse to arc after blowing. On the next attempt, there is no circuit due to the fuse being blown, so nothing happens. Get it? The fuse already blew, so when he connects it again, nothing's happening. So that's not necessarily a good test. But this is not what happens in real life. To have a real test, you must create a short that is continuous. This short must be stopped by the fuse alone and not the operator. In other words, the operator by me or him, the tester. It will establish if the 60 volt DC rated SMD fuse installed is indeed capable of stopping the short to protect the pack or continue the short with elevated temperature due to arcing. Please do not consider the packs safe as they are now. This test does not establish that. So then there's another guy who said he responded to him, unless he deleted his comment. But anyway, I don't see it. But what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think, I didn't catch that. Excuse me. I didn't catch that he did that. I saw the part where he was holding it, but that was after. So if he's saying, that was what he did and he pulled it away right away. I mean, yeah, you're supposed to hold that because the idea is their protection is supposed to stop it, not you.
Exactly.
Not you. Yeah.
So if that's what happened, if you can go back, I don't know, where did he say it was?
Yeah, that's at 407. So let me just click on that.
The lullaby music.
See how he's like letting it go and then he's holding it after he destroyed the circuit? So that's what I understand. So it's like in real life, that's not what happens. And in fact, when I crashed, that's not what happened. The unit still had power.
Right. Well, because it failed. Because the whole idea, and you could tell that by remember you was talking about the jerking and all the jerking and shit that was happening?
Exactly. Yeah.
Once there was a failure in the wheel, it's supposed to no longer have power.
Yeah.
Right.
The fuse should blow to the point where there's no longer power getting to that battery. I mean, getting to that motherboard and getting to that motor. So if there's no more power, there can be no fire. But it was still getting power, and there was whatever disruption, arcing, damage, whatever was happening there was still being fed.
Yep, still being fed. Yeah.
You could tell because the wheel was going nuts. It didn't know what to do.
So a lot of people were saying, oh, did you have a full battery? Yep. Okay, fine. I had a full battery, but it doesn't matter. If there was a failure due to regeneration, that fuse should pop. That fuse, you know what I'm saying?
Right. No matter what the reason for the failure.
Doesn't matter what the reason is.
Yeah. There should be some sort of, and I know they have it. That's what I mean. We can see that they've built in protections in this wheel. I just think that they need to make an adjustment. And whether that's a larger fuse, whether that's a different placement of the fuse, whether it's a better secured fuse so that because whatever the protection is, due to the abuse on the wheel, the protection failed.
Right.
So I don't know how the protection is held in place. I don't know how the protection is administered by the wheel. Whatever it is, that's where and again, you guys know I'm no engineer. You know, none of my degrees are in engineering. So I'm just saying that in looking at it and knowing that there should not be any power to that wheel once there's catastrophic damage to it. It should be ended. Zero. It should be a paperweight by that time. No juice. And it was still power.
Yeah.
It's like when you blow a fuse in your house. Once the fuse goes, power's out.
You got nothing.
You have
That's
nothing.
it. And that's a lot of voltage in these houses, man.
Yeah.
Let me go through some of these comments if it's okay with you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I'm not sure what he was referring to, but he says, "Yup, Cobra." Roland says they are not trying to measure what they have not measured. I wish I had responded to these. Let me just see if I could respond to the ones that. Okay. This one says, pull up an empty cement truck and throw them all in and give them a tumble for a couple hours. That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
Oh my God. That's
okay,
think about it.
That may be a little too extreme. I don't think any wheel is gonna survive that.
He skipped the dryer and went straight to a cement truck.
I think it was referring to the batteries, but because when they were dropping it, but
that's funny.
And this one, Roland S says, "Try to break it, damn it." That's when you guys were saying, "I'm gonna take the gloves off."
Yeah.
Let me see. This one says, like Sensei says, write it like you hate it. Exactly.
That's funny.
Oh man, I wrote it, but I had a little hate in me, not too much.
I'm really mad though, Stry. I'm really mad because you were just getting started.
Yeah,
dude. Listen. The thing is, if I couldn't. So the thing is, right? When I first got my EXN, I wrote it the same way in a park.
Yeah.
Okay, in a park. I went to a park because I didn't really know the EXN like that. I didn't really know the KS20 like that. That's why, if you notice, I went on the sidewalk when I was doing that crazy braking. But basically, I did that to my EXN, and I did it twice the same way. But all it did, the motor just slipped, and then it just went back, slipped, and went back. And then on my high-speed MSP, I broke the same way. It cut out, but that's it. There's no fire. So it's not that we're not getting mad at Kingsong for the wheel cutting out. That is not what we're getting mad at Kingsong for.
No.
The issue is, as Sean said, as you said, as Sensei said, this is the fire, dude. What the frick is this fire? Yeah. So E. Simon says they need to test the battery and motor together. Exactly. Just like testing the battery isn't enough. Exactly. What the frick is in the world? And then Roland says, damn. The dude in the video is like 5 feet. The drop is like 3 feet.
You get a harder hit with a pillow fight.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, stupid.
Oh my.
That's funny. Okay.
This one says, Russell, you gotta go.
Yeah, listen, I got.
That's fine, man. Give your last words. Give your last words.
Yeah, man. I'm glad we're examining this because, like I said, I was reading this on the fly today. I was like, damn, I really want to dive in. So I'm glad.
Dive in when you leave.
Yeah, I'm glad you looked at it. I'm glad we took a peek at the video. I'm gonna look at it a little bit more, get in more depth with it tomorrow when I can. But yeah, and I'll watch the rest of this later. So you guys keep breaking it down. But thanks everybody for showing up. You know,
thanks for showing up, man.
You know, I love when we come together, and you know, I'm a big proponent of that. So I see a lot of people in the chat that come to my live streams too. So I appreciate you all. You stride, man. You know, like always, man. Keep riding, man. And
hey, absolutely.
Yeah, man. We do this This is what we do.
This is what we do.
Yeah. All I can say is send another Kingsong this way. You know,
Sean said they will. Sean said they will. So
good deal.
And one more thing. I was waiting for that wheel to come to me.
Dude, a lot of people. I mean, it was supposed to go to California too, right? So
yeah, but I was trying to intercept it, and I talked to Jason, and he was just talking to me, and I was like, Jason, I can just go pick it up. And actually, it's funny because I was thinking of you because I told him, I said I could pick it up and then go to Boston and do a demo day.
Right.
So I was gonna bring it up that way anyway.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad it didn't burn in Boston because New York just doesn't seem to care. I don't know about Boston.
Right, in Boston, it would have been headline, front page, CNN. But yeah, man, I'm glad I was able to jump in, but I got to get some sleep. So y'all have
take
a
it
good
easy,
night,
man. Get some sleep. You take care.
Later, man. Have a good one.
Thank you for your input.
All right, later.
Later, Kobe.
Later. All right, so let's continue with the comments here, Sensei.
Yep.
All right, so the next one is Russell Zauner. He says it would be cheaper and better if Kingsong sent a couple of field engineers on the next tour. See, the thing is, like, field engineers and riding are two different things, right? You have the engineers that are going to look at it technically, and then you have the kind of riders who don't care about the engineering, just going to ride it the way they care.
Ride the snot out of it.
Base Monk says, fly big Sensei out of there. Big Sensei. Are you big Sensei?
Hey,
To do 100-kilogram pendulum torque test. MJ Smooth criminal lean.
Yeah, get my chin out over the front tire, man.
I know. I agree 100%. We all miss Kuji. I'm sure he's, when I see people not doing videos anymore, I always think it's because of family, like they're taking care of their family or something. Right. Because I know how difficult it is.
Yeah, family first, man.
Matt Bike says a different video with how the battery is made. No, I have it. I have it here too. I'm going to talk about that because first I'm going to discuss EUC service response because I feel like EUC service response is really on point. Really on point. And right after this comments, I'll show it to you guys. Daniel Chow, we all miss Kuji. Yes, we do. Kuji, come back. Russell Zauner, that huge concrete embankment dumping onto a road. I'm not sure what he means by that. This one says, I'm pretty sure if I put the wheel through this shit, that one when warranty would be done. True. That is true. I'm trying to see what kind of, I thought I saw an engineering one here.
I think I might have jumped ahead too far.
This one right here. It says Ron Nadu. He says, speaking as an actual electrical engineer, this video is pure public relations damage control. I agree. Pun intended, it does not prove a thing. I agree. 100%. It really doesn't because they mentioned the Hall sensor, and yet they were supposed to have Hall sensor software technology, Hall sensor less software technology that's supposed to take care of that problem. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm not sure about that. But anyway, let's get into the response from EUC service because I really feel like EUC service response was spot on. So here's EUC service response. And if you guys don't know EUC service, just go to, and Jamie, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. He was checking on me to make sure the live was going well. I appreciate it, Jamie. All right, so this is EUC service. Check out EUCservice.com on Facebook or just EUC service on Facebook. They are known for the MSS, as Sensei Vegan said. They build high-performance Gotway machines, basically. Yeah, they do. Right, Sensei?
Heck yeah, man.
So here is a response from EUC service. Let me take the comment off. Now, this is the best comment I've heard. Okay, he says, hello, riders. This is Daniel Cott. Hello, riders. We have never rushed our orders and usually take the second batch, the revised one. In my opinion, the S20 is a miracle that it came into existence, but it did. We ordered a few S20s very late in February and backed out of the order. Although we kept our fingers crossed, we did not believe in the full success of this project from the beginning because jumping from 84 volt to 126 volt involves a lot of experience, which Kingsong lacked without moving to 100 volt and gaining experience. The fact that Bigote added MOSFETs, so Bigote Master has 24 MOSFETs, should give KS food for thought. After a ride test of the S20, we could feel the power limiting issues. After changing the firmware, the board could not handle the load. We think it might be too late for the changes. The product will come out with limitations or go back to the drawing board. We should nevertheless call for a fire test. Because of the tight battery casing and the inability of gases to escape when the battery is short-circuited and the electrolyte boils, all of these designs will be flamethrowers. That's including the Master, by the way, and should not be imported by sellers for safety reasons until manufacturers show fire testing. This applies to all wheels with battery housings of this type. Dealers who import such wheels without fire testing and allow them to be marketed should be aware of the future consequences. Inspection of the wheel after a fire should be based on product delivered, not pictures and guesswork, as we just noticed. The reason for the fire can only be guessed when the company has not received the company has not received the S20 for analysis. I think he means not. To write that this is the fault of firmware is a mockery. This wheel is supposed to be tested at full power and then be limited. Demand fire testing.
Right.
Wow. What do you think of that response? Holy smokes.
Yeah. I mean, that made a lot of sense.
Unintended.
Yeah. I mean, and they're known for making serious performance wheels. If anybody knows the company Rough will take a regular Porsche and they take it in there and they tune that thing up and it comes out like a darn race car. That's basically what EUC Services does with the Godway wheels. So they know how to build high performance machines.
Yeah. And so what I took from this, Sensei, he pretty much agreed with you in a way. He said here that first they ordered a few S20s. Okay, they're not known for upgrading S20 Kingsongs. They're known for upgrading Godways.
Right.
But what he said here is they kept a few in the late February and backed out of the order. Although we kept their fingers crossed, what they did was they upgraded their firmware, and then when they upgraded the firmware, they realized the board was not able to handle the load. Isn't that what we were experiencing?
Yeah, that's what. Remember, we were asking, did they just take and use the S18 board? You know, we were throwing that out there.
Although we can't say it for a fact.
Yeah, we can't say it's not a fact.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like.
And it's like you would think that you would have a board that could accommodate all the other stuff that you added to make the wheel. Right? I mean, that's what I would do anyway if I was building a wheel. You make sure that the board is probably one of the most important things you make. Make sure that the board can handle all the stress and everything else that goes with the components of the wheel. But
yeah, well, especially a high voltage wheel like that.
Right. Now, we're not saying that it is the same board out the S18. We're just saying, asking, is it?
Is it? Yeah. Is it the same? Is it similar? Because it's you went from an 84 volt to 126 volt, and you still have 12 MOSFETs. And I believe they had only 2 capacitors. I don't know the ratings of those capacitors.
I can't remember how many capacitors.
There's another video in reference, but first I want to show Archie's Panda response. He said, assembly production mainboard components with capacitors and MOSFETs. This is very likely, and it has many factors. Companies run now on limited staff, and it's possible welding and soldering contamination might create short. See, coming back to short. Thank you, Roland, for the €5. Really appreciate that. He says, Kingsong working overtime on damage control. They should have worked harder before that happened. Still better than Bigote. Agreed. Their response compared to Bigote is pretty good. That's for sure. He said, companies run now on limited staff, and it's possible welding and soldering contamination might create short. I have seen many of them in the last 2 years, and this is possible. Since there's no separation between the main board and battery in terms of protection, no separation. Wow. It is possible that the short bursts of high current, went back to the batteries. Highly possible. And then second, obviously, you'll know I'll agree with this because I want to. Riding style. He says riding style? Yes. The wheel has definitely been abused, and it is similar to what Black Cobra was saying. Abused, and it is possible that current switching on the main board when hopping the wheel forward and backward would pop the caps or even burn the FETs and then create a short, which if there is a fuse wouldn't go back to the battery. So are you saying there was no fuse?
Wow.
How did this happen? How did this happen? They didn't show us how it happened. How did this happen?
That was the problem. It was just like they were doing a bunch of experiments, really,
and not showing what happened, not recreating what they did not reproduce what happened.
No, not at all. Again, the wheel needed to be stressed just like it was stressed that day, and they didn't do that.
They didn't do that. Now, if you look, so since they wouldn't cover what happened, we're going to make the assumption that EUC service and Panda was 100% right, because they're not even attempting to reproduce what happened. Maybe they will. Okay, maybe they will, because they did have a few questions. Maybe they will. But from what we saw, that was not nearly what we experienced from the time the wheel was shipped to us to the battery fire. So if you look at this is their battery packing process. Okay, check this out for a second. Can you hear it?
Oh yeah.
Wish I had a battery person on here right now. In the chat, if you're a battery person, let me know what's up. Let us know what's up.
Dude, I think I know a way to fix the issue. That's crazy.
I don't see so Wrong Way said there was no what did he say? There was no plastic covering or something?
Yeah, you know, you look at that blue like shrink wrap on the outside of a battery pack. I didn't know they were doing all that stuff by hand at first. I thought they had machines putting those batteries together like that.
Well, they showed the spot welder. But look how tight the batteries go into that space.
Well, like they mentioned, there was no room for the gases to go. It's so tight in there.
Yeah, exactly. And if there's a puncture on that like encasing, it's not too much far from where the battery is, you know?
Yeah, it's going to swell up. It's just going to swell.
So that's a problem right there. I think EUC service is right again. Because if you notice, when they were putting the battery in there, they literally had to press that in there. Now, compare that to what we're used to from MSP, from any other wheel, really. There's a lot of space for air and gases to come out. What do you think?
Yeah, you have way more room inside the shell. I mean, that, from looking at that battery compartment, it was almost like a sheath that a knife would slide down into. You know what I mean?
If there was a simple, I don't even know what, I think Sean said that was aluminum. The battery casing, that's aluminum. So aluminum bends.
Yeah.
And in fact, aluminum is more bendable than steel, or is
it? Yeah, it is.
You know, and it's softer.
It gets hot. It gets hot. Up, it's going to get soft. And again, the tight is so fit. I mean, the fit is so tight that there's nowhere for those gases to go but expand and come out, burst.
Dude, and if Black Cobra is saying that this thing went through some abuse in terms of falling and stuff like that, I'm not saying because if you look at the sequence of events, what happened was first I torqued the wheel.
Mhm.
After the torque, I slipped the wheel, made the thing slip. Then I heard a pop. Then it went on its side. Then it started to jitter. Then it started to seethe. Then you had the smoke. Then you had the fire. So the fire came way later. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. That means the power was still going to power still running through
there was
the wheel.
still power. Exactly. So what I'm trying to say is, like, I mean, I wonder if that casing took damage in addition to what happened, because it's probably not just one thing that happened that caused this. Obviously,
It could have been built
several
up over time.
things.
Yeah, because I mean,
things.
you didn't do anything for the pack to be damaged. It's not like you dumped the wheel.
I didn't do nothing.
No, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't like you dumped the wheel or anything.
Nothing.
Or just over time, it might have taken some abuse. But again, we won't know. We don't know for sure. That's the thing. We don't know for sure.
You know what's interesting? When the fire started going out, Sean, if you notice, he was standing right next to the flames, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like right next to it. So a lot of people are wondering, why is Sean standing so close to the flames? Well, guess what he said when I asked him? He said it's because he knows that this. So if you look at the battery pack, you'll see that this is a hard top, and then right here is pretty much soft if you think about it. So the fire was shooting out of here. It was shooting out in this direction. This is the path of least resistance. So it's going to shoot out. So if you look, it's like a flamethrower. So he was like, he knows where the tube is. Gotcha. So he knew it wasn't going to come to him. I mean, obviously there's a chance it could, but it was less likely that it would. And so if you look also, there was a puncture at the top, the surface of the of one of the battery packs, which is why you saw fire shooting up as well. Yeah. So that pack is really, it's strong, but I wonder what I would like to see, because they dropped it on wood, man, and it's been like a flat piece of wood. It's like a wood with like a curved surface to absorb impact.
They need to drop that thing down on some concrete, down on some bricks. You know,
with the mortar attached.
The surface. Yeah.
You gotta, man. So I'm gonna ask the chat. Chat, what do you guys think? Do you think Kingsong handled the response properly? I'm gonna drop the link in the chat as well, the invite link, just to see if anybody wants to add their $1 or 2 cents or 5 cents or whatever. The link is in the chat, guys.
I think the good thing out of all this, it's not the final production wheel.
Right.
That's,
but I mean, that's good. Here's the thing. See, that's what I have a problem with. Mm-hmm. It's not the production wheel, but if I'm going to say me, because it went on flames when I wrote it. But if that never happened, if the flame never happened, that's a catch-22, because then you would say, if it didn't happen, if it didn't happen, it's a safe wheel. If it did happen, which it did, it's a bad wheel or it's an oversight. So what if knowing everything we know now, it didn't happen, and what happened after it was delivered? What would we say then? Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It does. Wow.
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't even know. Well, it's like, if you're going to put out the wheel to test, put out the wheel that you're going to sell. You understand what I mean?
Right. Because look, I still have my pre-production, and I keep saying this, I still have my pre-production MSP torque, and that thing has been with me for almost 2 years now. Right. It's a pre-production
out into the field to be tested should be the model that is going to be for the buyer. That way they know that they're getting a sound wheel and not a pre-production wheel. So wow.
Jose A says they did it, but it was mostly blah 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 damage control. ICJ says, okay. Caleb Rita says, better than Gotway, but they need to look at the motherboard. It's definitely better than Gotway in terms of response. That is true. And the fat man, at least they're working on it. That is correct. Yeah. Well, are they? That's the thing. I don't know if they're working on it. Are they working on it? They're responding to what we requested. We don't know if they're working on it. I mean, we'll see. When they hand back that wheel, hopefully they'll allow me to ride it, because I'm gonna do the exact same thing.
Press the rewind button, man.
It's the exact same thing. Exactly. You know, let everybody write it first. Then I'll talk to Sean. Sean might just be like, dude, I don't want you writing this. Nope. Sorry.
Dude, honestly, that was the best thing that could happen.
That is the best thing that could have happened. Because look, it was the most anticipated wheel. So I felt like because it was the most anticipated wheel, we allowed a lot of things to go past us because we wanted it so much. I mean, let's be honest, that's a beautiful wheel. That is a beautiful wheel. And when I saw it, to be honest, the form factor was actually a lot smaller than what I expected. It was manageable.
Right.
Knobby tire was good. The pads, a lot of people were complaining about the pads. I like the pads. I'm like, damn, this thing is actually not that bad, which is why I went crazy on it. Then you have Kazmak at 2-foot drop, a wooden stage. Exactly, a 2-foot drop. On a wooden stage.
On a parquet floor.
Oh my gosh. That is not it, bro. Fake test. Funny. Fake test. That's exactly. Funny. That's a fake test. This is a fake test. That's the thing that put all the doubt in my head. That is correct. See, that's not proper testing. I'm sorry. It's nice that they responded, but that was not a proper test. A completely inadequate response by Ryan Holator. That is correct. I agree with you. It's nice, like I said, it's the fine line. It's nice that they responded, but that also raises the issue of their quality of response. Are they just responding to satisfy our urges for a response because we're so used to go? And now that they've responded, most of us are not engineers anyway. So we're going to look at this and be like, this is a good test. At least they're doing it. Fortunately, they're engineers like EUC Service, Panda, and people in the chat that I just read who looked and saw something was off. So, and even with our eyes, we're looking at the battery drop test and we're like, well, we're not engineers. Well, what the freak was that? You know what I'm saying? We don't ride on wood. Nobody rides on wood.
No. At least I don't.
EUC Lucifer says, nah, I'm still a small fry YouTuber. I'll leave the serious discussions to the old OGs. Come on, man. We don't care. We're just like you guys. We're just as passionate about this as you guys. And you know, it's really not about who's big, who's small. It's more about just us putting the information out there. You know what I mean?
It's a community effort, man.
Yeah, don't feel intimidated at all, man. Jump on. Chris Rathjan. No, it's not the production wheel. No. We know it's not the production wheel. That's not the problem. Sensei made a good point. The wheel that should be at least close to should be. So, for example, if you look at the S18, right? That's a perfect example. The S18 was a pre-production wheel that they handed to Koji and everyone else. What did we critique on? We critiqued on the form, like the material is used.
Right.
We critiqued on the power delivery. There was no power, but they had a very good response to that. Their response was, listen, that's not what we built it for. So that was fine. That's a solid response. It was technically a pilot wheel. You know what I mean? To introduce a new concept. So, but nobody at the time had issues with fires. You know what I'm saying? And there were lots of cutouts, but no fires.
One of the best, and this is when I became an Alien Rides fan. One of the best review videos is his with the S18.
Oh, yes.
For the new riders, go check out that. They rode
that was
they rode it like they hated it, man. But it you know, that's what it was for.
It brought the best out of the production wheel. I mean, it's still not the best, but it's at least, you know, you give it a harsh response and they probably give you something that you can say, okay, that's worth the money.
See,
Matt, go ahead.
The thing with Kingsong, Again, yeah, they put out good. Like I said, the 18XL, 18L, they were great wheels. They're really good wheels. But when you're going to make a new wheel, the most important thing are the guts of the wheel. You can fix the cosmetic stuff. You can make the plastics tougher and all that. That honestly, I would say that's the least of your concerns. The toughest part of the wheel needs to be the innards or the guts of the wheel. That's the stuff that really needs to be found.
Listen, man, if we go to Kingsong, so what I did today, right? I went back and I started listening to Love This Wheel during its, prior reveal. And I went to the EVX. You remember EVX had a live with the Black Cobra and Sean, and not Sean,
I remember
Electric Dreams.
Right, I remember that.
So I'm listening. And granted, guys, this is just one wheel that was burned. But how many do you want? Do you want 2 wheels to burn for it to get across that this should never happen? Fires at that level, like that, should never happen. Fires like that should never happen. Fires do happen with the motherboard, etc. But fires like that should never happen. You shouldn't want to see another EUC S20 burn for you to say, I trust them now, or I don't trust them now. One fire like, dude, people don't remember. Damn. Let me show you. I saved this. I saved this for the end, but I just got to remind people, like, we don't seem to remember. Where is it? Sean, where's the best fire of all? That's like the best fire video ever. There we go. I don't think people remember what kind of fire that was. Let me know if you hear it.
Not where things ended.
You hear it, right?
Yeah. It's a little.
Let me get rid of that ad.
This is a real
But the
BNA.
point is, we've never seen a fire like that. Never, ever seen a fire like that.
No.
Inspect the wheel to make sure that everything is okay.
Again?
Putting a new controller.
Introducing the hide and seek from Belroy.
Dude,
A tradition.
They get
there's 2 ads in a row. No, you got to make your money, but I'm just saying, like,
And you keep going. That is not where things ended.
This fire, dude. Look at this fire. Just a reminder. People. Look at the biker guy. That's nothing. What's the big one?
That's like a rocket motor.
I just want you to remember this. It's not done yet. It's just chilling. It's like round 2.
Oh my God.
Round 2.
That's crazy.
We've never seen a fire of that scale. Never, ever seen a fire like that. But if we go to S20 website, right? If we go here, we see a lot of things. Like you mentioned, small battery, big motor. That's typical. Anyway, whatever. We could say the same thing about Master, but this is 126 volt and it's from Kingsong, who's never had that type of experience before. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's interesting is if you look at the pad setup, you would think that the pad setup would kind of protect actually this encasing right here. What do you think?
Yeah. If you ever notice, if you look at wheels that take a dump, something that protects the wheels a lot are the pads they have on the side.
That is true.
Yeah, I know when my Tesla was rolled over all them times, it was the pads on the side that protected that wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and then you had what really catches me is a lot of us were saying, what's up with this? Number one, what's up with the Hall sensorless technology? What's up with the smart BMS? What's up with the fuses on the smart BMS, or the fuse that's supposed to separate the batteries from the main board? There were so many safeguards that Kingsong is known for, but it didn't seem to be implemented in this wheel. Mm-hmm. That's just disappointing, you know. So let me go on with the rest of responses here regarding the response. This one says, Matt Bevo says, Kingsong and their software screwed people over with the S18 when the S18 launched. And, true, but that recent fire with the S18, I think that was abuse because I need to know the backstory. I'm not going to just jump on the bandwagon and say, see, the S18 burned fire too. No, I'm not going to say that because I don't know the history. I don't know what happened. All I saw was an S18 on fire. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You got, yeah.
I'm not gonna do that.
Has to be history. Yeah, there's always two sides to a story. Like
there's always two sides. Yeah.
A lot of people say wheels caught on fire, but again, were people tinkering around with the wheel? Were they messing with the batteries? Did the wheel was the wheel dropped and the battery damaged? Water damage. So there's a lot of factors that go into why wheels will catch on fire.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. ICJ says bad thing is the LiPo batteries are not as good. Yeah, it seems like it.
They don't hold this much. You can't go as far on the iron sulfate batteries.
LiPo are not new.
Nope. Well, new old. Yeah, they've had lead.
Roland S says this is the beta wheel, so they thought they were good enough. Damn, they tried and it is not in the wild. They tried and it is not in the wild. So this is the Kingsong loss. Nothing to do about it. Let me see what EUC Vibe says. Has Kingsong ever made a good wheel? S18 underpowered, 16X, 18X ugly, and only good for jumping. Well, here's the thing, EUC Vibes. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but Kingsong has always made good wheels in their category. In their category, they've made the best wheels. They make great commuter wheels. That's it.
Go if you want to see when Cobra had his first indoor rally, and that dude was rolling on that 16X. Remember? I don't think you're at the indoor one.
I wasn't there. No.
He almost won the whole thing on a 16X, and he was racing tournament.
I saw that video. I think I saw that video.
Yeah, that dude was rolling on that 16X, man. 18XL was a good wheel. 18L was a great wheel,
Caleb Rada says they actually said in the article that the board is on the way to them, so that I saw that as well. It seems like E-Wills will be, or Sean will be sending it to Kingsong for review. So very curious to see what they say. Battery fire covers its tracks very well. I saw in a comment. So let's see how they're able to analyze that. E. Simon said the board will be toast, burned alive, then drowned overnight.
It was marinating overnight. Huh?
I know. Yeah, Sean left it in that bucket for a very long time. Because it was still bubbling. If you look in one of my videos.
Yeah, that thing bubbled for a while, man.
Yeah. Mr. Wonderful says that wheel need ventilation. There doesn't seem to be any ventilation.
So tight. Or have like a pressure release valve so the gas can come. I don't know, or something.
Yeah.
Something where they can release the gas.
You need something, yeah. IG said Chinese propaganda to make you feel good. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I don't know what I was watching with that thing, man. What was I watching? What kind of response was that? Wilson, is the battery video showcasing new or the old way of building S20 battery packs? I have no idea. It's not called the S20 anymore. It's called the S22 now.
S22.
S22, man. I don't know. EUC with Lucifer is very safety. EUC vibes. I ride on wood indoors in my office.
Mine's worse at a skating rink, man.
Googly eyes. Independent testing should be required. Independent is correct. That is true. Because they just showed the whole world how they test their batteries, dude. They might as well have used pillows for that type of testing. No. What kind of testing was that? Oh my gosh. IJ says, hey, what app are you using for the stream? It's called StreamYard. StreamYard.
Yeah, that's right. You're on StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard. Chris Rathajan should have dropped it on the corner. But you know what, Chris? On concrete in a very destructive manner. EUC vibes. I just got idea for a video. I'm going to poke fun at Kingsong battery test. Please do. Please do. You make amazing, funny videos,
He
EUC
does,
Vibes.
dude.
You
He's gonna put
absolutely
the
do.
vibe touch to it.
You really do, man. Like, I forgot which song it was, but you added like a song. I forgot what it was. Like, he added a song to just before the explosion.
Oh yeah, that was fine.
I forgot what it was, but that was hilarious.
This world's on fire or something like that.
Yeah, people agree with you, EUC Vibes. East Simon says, do it. Please do it. Just do it. They need the heat, man. Ron Nadu, their video was designed to satisfy the ignorant, 100% so, because if you look at most of the comments, most people are saying, at least they did, at least they did. Here's the thing, Kingsong. Kingsong, if you're listening, which you're probably not, here's the thing. You are known for safety. Your company is known for safety. Doesn't mean that things don't go wrong because you're trying to satisfy a whole set of riders. But for the most part, you build or built safe wheels. There's nothing wrong with staying in that lane. But now that you decided to jump over into another lane, one that you're completely not used to and have no experience in, this has happened. You can't ignore that it happened. It's like you're putting a shade over your face and you're acting like it didn't happen. It happened. Yes, it's one event, but it happened. Address it as if it happened. I think more people will have respect for you. But the thing is this, Sensei Vegan, here's the thing. I like that comment because the ignorant is the majority. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
And that's what I was telling Sean the other day. If the majority of people still have their deposits in, what kind of incentives would they have to do anything about this besides a software update? You see what I'm saying?
Right. No, I totally understand. And think about it too. A lot of the riders, they're newer riders too.
And that's what I was saying in my other video. There's a huge disconnect, the gap. There's a huge, if you look at EVs, the way they ride their wheels is, I don't know how long these guys have been riding wheels, but the moment I saw how they rode the wheels, I was like, holy smokes, where's New York? That was in my head. I was like, where the frick is New York? I need New York to ride this. You know what I mean?
New York is like I said, a different breed, man. They put the wheel through its paces. It's like the best way I can say it would be like going to the rodeo. You know what I mean? They're riding them. They ride them.
The thing is this, right? If this wheel was $1,000 like it was 5-6 years ago, I'd get it. $1,000, you're not getting that much power. You're not getting that much range. It's still a basic wheel. Dude, these wheels are like freaking the price of cars.
Dude, it's 30. Yeah, it's 32. Dude, you can actually get an EV car. I think it's called the Wu Ling, man, for like $3,400. So
I'm talking about new cars, used cars, down payment on cars, down payment on apartments. These are down payments on apartments in some places. I mean, this is not cheap stuff, dude. And the way it went up in flames like that in just a few seconds, dude, that should never happen. That should never happen. Never happen. The absolute worst that should have happened is the board fries. Maybe a hall sensor comes off, but that's it. The wheel should not burn. You should be able to pick up that wheel and bring it to the nearest dealer, and he'll take care of it.
Replace the board.
Replace the board, replace the motor, replace the hall sensor, whatever. But not this. This is horrific. What happened was horrific. It was horrific because a lot of people are probably like, now, the number one comment I saw was, I'm glad this didn't happen in someone's apartment. I'm glad this didn't happen in someone's car, because where do we store these things? Either apartment or the car. You know what I'm saying? So now what I can say is I personally don't think, you can object if you want, I personally don't think this would happen spontaneously, because
I don't think so. No,
I don't think so. I have no I have zero like how do you say it? I wouldn't assume this would happen spontaneously at all, because this was something that was induced. Okay, this was something that was forced to happen. You know what I'm saying? No one rides, for the majority of people, they don't ride like me, and they don't ride like for the majority of people, don't ride like New Yorkers.
Uh-oh. I think he's gonna have to go out and come back in. Yeah, so I will take over. Yeah, I understand totally what he's saying. And but picture this. Say if that wasn't a New York street. Let's just say that was somebody. I kind of took over a little bit as you
No,
went
that's
out.
fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Just think if the setting wasn't a New York street. Let's just say that was in a forest on
Oh
trail
my God.
and it's
Wow.
dry. Dude,
Wow.
that's a blade. You understand? So
And the biggest talk right now is global, like, climate change and stuff.
yeah. If you have dry conditions and that thing go up like that, man, something's burning down. So it was like I said, where it happened was actually good because it was just on the street, so nothing. There was no damage to anything.
It was early. It was kind of like early morning, mid afternoon.
Right.
Like almost not mid afternoon. What am I saying? Early morning.
Mm-hmm.
Early morning, going toward the afternoon. There were not many people around. There were not many cars on the road. I mean, it burned literally on the sidewalk, like not the sidewalk, but the bike lane.
Well, wait, there's a comment that says right here, it says New York riders do not ride any harder than trail riders. Riding on a trail and riding on the street are two different things.
Two different things.
They're two different things.
Yep.
They're two different things. And think about it. You'll have people that can kill on a trail, but they can't ride in the street.
That's right.
They're two different styles of riding.
Completely.
And the speed that you carry on a street compared to on the trail, it's different.
Totally different. See, I'm a street rider and I could wheeze through traffic in and out and feel very comfortable about it. A lady can randomly open her door. I'll assess it because that's happened to me before. And I literally had to push her car to get myself away from her door. And I was still on my wheel. You know what I'm saying? Because to me at that split second, it was about survival. My mind was somewhere else. That's why that happened. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened.
Right.
Now, I tried taking my fancy street skills to the off-road. Dude, I barely made it. Like, I was like, wow, I need a lot more time practicing off-road in order to do this. And that's when I started liking pads.
Yeah. I learned it from Cobra's rallies. Ride on the street and ride on the trail are two different things.
They're just completely different worlds. Completely different worlds.
Yeah.
So whoever said that comment, we're gonna have to disagree with you, unfortunately. Ron Nadu says their video satisfies the ignorant. If that is the extent of their testing, they are either incompetent or criminally negligent. I love that comment. What kind of testing was that?
Yeah, you got to do some testing. Oh,
wow.
one thing to add to that last comment. I was watching live New York Riders, watching some of his footage. I'm watching this dude go through the streets in the NYC, man, and I'm looking at the stuff. I'm like, how the heck? Dude, I had to watch the clip like 5 times. Like, how did he do that? Your average rider would have dumped the wheel, man. I was like, how did he do it? But again,
and he's a very light guy. Light guy. I saw him riding the Monster when I was in the Sherman in New York, and we were testing it that day. He was on a Monster, and he had no helmet, and the guy is just flying like crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I'm not saying
imagine him doing that off road. That's not even possible.
Right? Yeah, man, crazy.
Let's see what other comments we got here. Minister Wonderful. He says, I'm sorry, I said Minister. Mr. Wonderful. He said KS16 is my go-to wheel. I have a 16X in the house.
That 16X, man.
The 16X is the only wheel from Kingsong that I feel feels like a Gotway. Besides the 50% throttling, that wheel feels solid. And the first time I got on it, people were complaining about its top heaviness because of it's kind of tall. But dude, it's a 16-inch wheel with a 3-inch width. And when I got on it, I'm like, where is all this power coming from? It's a torque wheel. So I was like, wow, this thing, and it's very instantaneous. So there's no lack of initial power or braking power. In fact, what I wanted to do, and I was really thinking about it, I was like, I only have one Kingsong wheel. Should I do a test like I did on the S20, but I'm like, I don't know, because I really strongly feel it's an 84 volt. I feel like all it will do, it'll just slip and cut out. That's it. I don't think it's going to catch on fire. I strongly feel that before they entered the 126 volt market, or not even the 126 volt market only, but before they started adding all these crazy things to their wheels, they've been on a good path for the most part.
Right. I mean, the last issue that I saw with a Kingsong wheel. Now, he's a great rider. I was watching Arc Rides, and he did some stairs on a 16X. And when he got to the bottom, the wheel just cut out, and he fried the board. That was it.
That's it.
He fried the board, picked the wheel up, took it back to his spot. He ended up getting a new board for it, replaced the board, and it was fine. So,
but that goes to show the fact that Kingsong is not a performance wheel. It's never been known as that. But if you do end up pushing it to those limits, you always had the safety factor.
And
always had the safety factor.
If anyone subscribe to his channel, Arc Rides, he's a phenomenal rider.
ICJ, he has a Kingsong S18 if anybody wants it. All right, if anybody wants it, hit up ICJ.
What's he CJ, what are you selling it for, dude?
I don't know. We'll probably see later in the comments. ICJ, people want to know. EUC vibes, guys, you can join the chat if you want to. I keep saying that. I honestly think some people are intimidated, but that's okay. Because I just want to hear people's comments, because you can talk to this too, Sensei. Who's that? ICJ. That's hilarious. ICJ, what's up? Oh, I saw your video. You're one of the guys that talked about the fire.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah,
I can hear you.
Great, cool. Right on, man.
Yeah, you're one of the guys that I heard talking about the fire. Tell us what you think, man.
What did I think about the fire?
Aren't you one of the guys that talks about the fire in
Wait a minute, I got some echo going on here.
Oh, do you have a YouTube channel?
Wait a minute, wait.
Yeah,
Let me
video with the fire too.
Let me turn this down. There we go.
Yeah. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do. ICJ.
Yeah, didn't you? I just want to shout out this person. Someone gave me a super sticker. Lee Davis, thank you for the super sticker. And Lee Davis, again, thanks for discussing the issues other YouTubers don't. Yeah, I don't understand why it's taken a week for me to hear anything really. Sean covered it. And I believe ICJ, I thought it was you. You just look familiar.
I thought he did a video addressing the Kingsong fire as well. I thought you did, CJ.
Yeah.
Well, I did. I just was rambling about it. I was just chit chatting.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Yeah.
But
that's what
there
I meant.
was. I don't know if you guys saw. There was 2 S18s that caught fire. There was like a little video that some gal put out.
I saw that. One was
Yeah,
white one, and then the black one.
White one, yeah.
The thing is, because do you know the history of it? Because I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I know that the S18s, the S18s are beaten up off road. They're taken all kinds of places. I've seen people ride them like crazy. So I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I need to know the history behind it. I need to know what happened. Because look, go ahead.
You know, the batteries, though. See, that's what went up in flames was the batteries. And they're talking, the people in the industry, the battery makers are like saying, well, we're going to change over these LiPo batteries. Okay. We got the lithium ion batteries, but then there's this other kind of a LiPo battery where it doesn't flame up like that. It smokes, but it doesn't explode. And so they're switching over to these new batteries, or this different kind of battery, LiPo battery. And the only thing is they're safer, but there's
no range.
Yeah, the range isn't as good. So I don't know if that's a good thing. But think about this though. It's a wheel that really doesn't have a lot of range to begin with anyway, and was really kind of designed for like trail riding. I mean, look at that thing. It's got the huge spring on the back. It's got the beefy tire on it. I mean, why would you want to ride something like that on a street? On the street anyway. I mean, like I just picked up a Monster Pro. It's got a
I saw that today.
24-inch tire on it. It's it's got the street tire on it. It goes. It's perfect for that. But I can't see. I really didn't see the S20 as being like a street unit. I can see it for trail riding or trick riding or jumping and doing all that kind of stuff, but not for an inner city commuter wheel. I could see like some guy out in the farm using that to like corral his sheep or something, but no, I didn't think that it was really designed for that. I think it was designed for people that really were putting pressure on Kingsong and kind of at the whole industry. Like, we really want these wheels that we can go on the trails and jump ramps and go on the mountain bike trails and things like that. And that's cool. I don't have a problem with that, but there really needs to be like a line drawn in the sand as to what's trail and what's road. At least that's kind of how I feel about it.
I mean, so I'm going to answer that. I'm going to say that the manufacturers can build whatever they want for whatever purpose they want. The market is going to do whatever they want.
Well, it's like the what was it, the Abrams? They've got off-road on the side of it.
Oh, that's not an off-road wheel.
And every video I've ever seen, everybody said, this is not an off-road vehicle.
No, it's not an off-road.
No, so I don't think the Chinese marketing, I don't think the Chinese really have a really good concept of marketing, but haven't you noticed that everything that we ever see coming out of these places is always like some kind of pre-released wheel. It's not quite out there. We're showing it to you, but we're,
How long have you been riding?
A year, about a year.
1 year. Okay, so it's been like that from the beginning.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, and to your point, it doesn't seem like there is a direction. You're absolutely right. Because why would it have been like that from the beginning? And you've only been riding for a year, and it's still like that.
Right.
So
yeah. And,
it doesn't seem.
The thing is I've watched all the videos going back 10 years on YouTube, and nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, a few things have changed.
In terms of innovations in the field, yeah. But in terms of safety, it seems like we still have that over our heads, like a cloud that just won't go away.
Right.
Have any of you guys watched any of Zen Lee's videos? He's a guy out in like Arizona.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in Vegas.
I was thinking about him and what he does, and he's on that racetrack, and I thought, man, that would be the way for electric unicycles to really get more popularity. And I kind of said to him in a comment, I said, well, maybe what we ought to do is, have our own wheel designed here in America, kind of like people design race cars for specific things, like what's it, the Utah Salt Flats. The guys out there, I've seen electric vehicles on the Salt Flats. They're going out there for that speed, but they're custom, hand-designed vehicles. You're not going to buy them from anywhere, and that's what I think that we need here in America. Is I think that we need a direction. And Zen Lee being in racing, that seems to be his direction. And I really thought, man, that's probably the way to get the kind of sponsorship and the funding, the research and development, the engineers and everybody coming together to design a unit specifically for that niche, that racing niche. I think there needs to be a professional unit, and I think there needs to be a consumer unit. Okay? I don't know.
I see what you're saying. One thing I wanted to comment on, CJ. Love your channel, by the way. I watch all your videos, bro. Great channel.
It's real organic and home. I don't make the fancy videos like EUC Vibes, or Sean, but and I'd like to. Their videos are great, man. I love their videos.
See, for me, I definitely think a suspension wheel can be used in a city, can be used in a town setting or whatever. It just takes the edge off the wheel. Now, do you need a sophisticated suspension like the S20 to ride in a city? No, I need something that's just going to take the edge off the bumps that I don't see. I don't need something that needs to take a 5-foot drop,
Right.
So, yeah, I totally understand what you're saying on that side of it. It's again, you need different class. It's just like in NASCAR, you're not going to take it on an F1 track.
You know, I had
Right?
that. I kind of had that debate with Marty back a little bit in the comments. I told him, I said, well, you know, maybe we need suspension on, you know, something like a Monster Pro. And he said to me, well, the Monster Pro has a 24-inch tire and it really doesn't need suspension. And I'm like, you know, so I bought one, right? And I went out riding on it today. And he's absolutely right. The
I saw that video.
24-inch wheel is huge and it absorbs everything.
Right.
You know, it's amazing.
What is the I think the biggest suspension wheel out there now is the EX20. And when we had spoke with Roger Underhill, he said that is one of the most comfortable wheels that he's ever ridden. As far as, I mean, it's a big wheel. It's 103 pounds, so it's just the same size as the the Monster Pro, but with that suspension on it, he says it just.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So ICJ, what do you think of Kingsong's response to the fire?
I think it's pretty typical of what is. You have to understand something about the Chinese culture. I think it goes back to Chinese culture. And I think it goes back to human nature. Nobody wants to admit that they've made a mistake.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Did anybody see the Ukrainian army dude riding EUC in full camo and with AK-47 in hand?
I caught wind of that.
I did see that. I think I did see that.
That happened? Let me see.
Yeah, dude, I think I did see that.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah, I did. I was fumbling through YouTube and I saw it.
Wow. That's wild. I wonder if that's wrong way.
I think
Isn't
I
it
did see that.
in that area? Anyway, I'll if I find it, I'll probably put it on my channel. But go on.
I told wrong way. I says, stop riding that wheel. And he's like, yep. I stopped like today.
Yeah. So
Abrams?
Is he gonna cover it, or did he say anything about covering it?
Oh, the S20. Okay.
Is he gonna be covering it?
Oh well, he already covered the S20. But then
No, I mean
he made
fire.
the fire. He hasn't said anything about the fire, or at least I haven't seen a video.
His last video, what he addressed was about the Abrams, because I think he had that cutout on the Abrams, and he addressed that.
Yeah, cutouts on the Abrams, man. No, that fire. I'm telling you, dude, that fire on that S20, that was like, I don't know. I was like this. I was like this for the whole video. I was like,
yeah, that dude. It was like the 4th. It was like the 4th of July. It was fireworks, man.
Man.
Yeah, it's the biggest EUC fire we've ever seen. There's never
And
been a fire like that.
Sean was standing there. Sean was standing there with a stick, like he was roasting a hot dog and a weenie over it. You know, I was kind of like looking at it.
Someone said they should make a meme with him with a marshmallow.
That was you. That was you.
Man, I think that's where it was. I know. Yeah, he said the Facebook EUC group. I saw that video. I did see it though.
Yeah, if
the reason the reason why that battery exploded the way that it did was, lithium explodes like that anyway, or it burns like that anyway. But it was the fact that it was inside that shell, very tight, compact shell.
But why did the thing is Kingsong is known for having safeguards so that any arcing or any type of voltage, current jump or whatever they call it goes back to the battery. What happened? How did this even jump to the battery in the first place?
How did it even get to that point?
How did it even get to that point?
The first thing I noticed on the S20 when it started, like, when you fell off of it and then it hit the ground, it kind of like started doing these spasms, and then it started smoking a little bit.
Started smoking, yep.
And then the battery caught fire.
Then it caught fire, yeah.
But the smoke that was coming out of it, okay, that didn't look to me like electrical board smoke. That looked like battery smoke to begin with. That didn't look like the main controller board fried. That looked like it happened inside the battery, like in the battery management.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
It was when I, if I remember correctly, it came out brownish, grayish when I was there. Or yellowish, brownish. I don't know, but it looked brownish, yellowish, and gray. It didn't look black or anything like that when it was seething, when it was coming out.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. That's what
It's
the
interesting.
lithium-ion batteries do. You know,
Mm.
go take an old lithium-ion, stick a nail through it, and see what
Yeah,
happens.
because you're right. Because if it wasn't the board would be sparking like crazy, right?
Right. The board would
There
be
were
popping.
there was no sparks. And the funny thing is, let's watch the video again to see how it happened.
Normally, the board smoke is like grayish black, right? Black.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look at this because it took no time to blow up. Like as soon as the smoke came, it blew up.
In the
Can you guys
past,
hear
we have
this?
Yeah, a little lag.
burned many controllers before.
Watch it.
Not an issue.
Let me know what
Just
you guys think.
take it out, inspect the wheel to make sure that everything is okay, putting a new controller, and you keep going. That is not where things ended.
So there's the smoke. The smoke started coming out. There's no sparks, and then no time. So
And you know, the way that happened, it looked as if some sort of wire inside the battery management system overloaded and got hot and then ignited the rest of the battery, because that's exactly how lithium ion goes.
wow.
But I don't know,
So-
man. You were there. You were on it. You know, you were riding it.
Well, so are you, what are you, like an electrical guy or something?
No, I'm just kind of brainy that way. I used to work
No,
on
helps.
robots.
That helps.
I used to work on robotics and things like that.
That helps. So listen,
That
let me
helps
run
out.
it. Let me run it through you, because you know that helps a lot because we don't have that experience. So let me run it to you exactly what happened. See what you think. I was riding it. I torqued it in the beginning, broke.
Yeah, I saw that.
Torqued it, and then at the very end, I did 2 quick consecutive torques. The first torque I did, the motor slipped backwards. It's like when the magnets start slipping, so it doesn't really hold up anymore. I let go, it grabbed itself again. Then within a split second, I did the same braking to cause it to slip again. And then I heard a pop. When I heard the pop is when I fell. And then when I fell, it started doing this. And then the smoke came, and then that
pop is a chip going. That sounds like a MOSFET, like literally blowing, or a
MOSFET,
capacitor blowing up.
Capacitor, exactly, because I've actually had that pop before in my high-speed MSP. I had that exact pop, the exact pop.
Yeah, it's probably a MOSFET or some kind of a chip. Most
Or
definitely.
capacitor.
And then yeah, capacitor, and then you're torquing it and you're making the wires hot.
Yeah.
You know, you're giving it some heat. You know, in my opinion, if they really want to step this up, it's like what Tesla does in his cars. They make the car so that it'll go 1,000,000 miles an hour and it'll handle all of the possible voltage and everything you could pump through it. But then what they do through software is they bring it down. You know. And then lock it in, and then that's what the consumer gets. And I don't know if that's how they do it. I think that they build these wheels up to a kind of a certain point, And one of the things that you got to remember, I think somebody mentioned, earlier on, that they're designing these units without keeping, like, let's say American riders. Some American folks are usually bigger than most Asian folks, so when they are testing their wheels, you got to realize that these guys are probably
very light,
75 to 85 pounds. There's nothing to
he
them.
said 75.
No,
they're very light. Yeah,
that's a guy like me. I'm rocking 200 pounds, like, on the line. So
yeah, well, I mean, if that was the case, then what's the excuse for Gotway being so awesome? I don't look at it like that. I mean, I look at it like that for Kingsong. I look at it like that for InMotion. But Gotway seems to understand the weight needs of Americans, so-called Europeans, or
Gotway does.
Big Europeans.
That Monster Pro, I'm really enjoying it a lot because it is a bigger wheel. And I'm finding out that the bigger wheel you got, the better off you are. The more
Absolutely,
stability.
100%.
It does make a difference.
100%.
Build it like a tank, man.
So
That's what
it
I
seems.
say.
So I don't know if you how much of this video you've seen so far, but EUC Service, who is in Europe somewhere, they had a response and they said they ordered a couple S20s and they backed out of the order because when they got in the wheel, they realized it wasn't able to take the initial torque. What they did was they updated the firmware, and then the board itself could not handle the load that was being applied to the motor through the board. So, and then they made mention that if you look at the master has 24 MOSFETs. They are 136 volts. They have 24 MOSFETs, and then you have KS20 with 12 MOSFETs with 126 volts. That's like a huge step up with no scaling at all.
Right. See, that's something. I don't know if you were you might have went off. I think you might have lagged out when I had mentioned this with Cobra. So if they taken a fix all this stuff with the S20, is it going to be limited to fix it? You understand what I mean? To fix the problems, or
Right?
Well,
That's good. Yeah.
No, that's
that's
not good.
true.
That's
That's
not
what
good
Apple
because
does. That's what
EUC
Apple does. That's what. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. EUC Service stated that if this wheel is going to be released, by the way, at the moment, it seems like they changed the name from S20 to S22. If this wheel is released, it will be scaled back with a lot of limitations. So a lot of the power that people are expecting to be fixed in the final production wheel due to a firmware update, they won't be getting that, because in order to do a true update, you'll have to revamp the board from scratch. This is from EUC Service, and they're really good at what they do.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. The fact that they've changed the name to S22 now, it's like they're trying to run away from the whole.
They're trying to run away.
Issue.
Thank you. I said that. It's like they put the blinds over their eyes. This didn't happen, guys. Don't worry about it. It's not the real wheel. This is just a demo wheel. So don't worry about it. S22. Wow.
I say to stick with the S20. Own up to what you did. Fix it.
Just own up to it and fix it. But you know what I was thinking? I was thinking that they also make scooters, don't they?
I'm not sure.
I think they make scooters. I think they make scooters. So I have a feeling that EUCs might not be a big market for them, like scooters.
Wow.
So they
used to have more people riding scooters than EUCs. Anyway.
Kingsong isn't. I don't think Kingsong is to scale the same way like In Motion or like Bogode is, or Bogode Gotway, whatever they call themselves these days. It's a bigger company. Although, I don't. The size, whatever size the company they are, whatever it is they do, they've already shown their ability to be able to produce a unit and then scale it up to, get it out to the masses. So I'll give them credit for doing that. But as for their design and what they got going, I would have to say there's nothing really innovative about what they're doing. I would say that the S20 was probably their first attempt at really doing something different.
Are you saying Kingsong is not innovative in general?
Well, I'm saying that I think that they worry too much about competing with their neighbor, and that's another thing that I've noticed is from one company to another, this company will steal this idea, that company will steal this idea, but none of them are really taking the time to actually research and develop this stuff. They're just stealing each other's ideas, which is, typical behavior of what we've experienced through the whole thing. And like I said, I've only been riding for a year, but I'm pretty good at kind of looking at how things are going, and that's been kind of the typical behavior of the whole Chinese industry, is to one up each other without actually doing the work. I think there's like some old saying, you got to do the work, you got to prove it in order to move.
Well, I mean, in that sense, you have to give that trophy to Kingsong, because they were the ones that introduced a lot of things like bi-directional headlights. They introduced automatic headlights for night riding. They introduced suspension first, true suspension. So that sense, yeah, absolutely.
I thought the In Motion was In Motion.
No. The S18 is the first true fully suspension EUC.
Yeah. Well, they came out. I know that they came out production-wise at the same as the InMotion. The InMotion and the S18 kind of came out at the same time.
Right, but I wouldn't consider the InMotion a full, truly suspension wheel. I mean, it
No,
is suspension.
It's got dual suspension on both sides, and
it has those shocks, but not like a true
it's
linear.
air. It's air shock.
It's air, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, air shock. Dual spring.
Like a mountain bike.
It's a dual.
Right?
It's a dual. It's not a mono shock. And that's another thing I'd like to point out is I think dual shocks on both sides are much better than the mono shock. But that's just my opinion. You know, I don't. Another thing too is I noticed somebody else was saying that the S20. It was, as a matter of fact, it was wrong way. He was testing it out. He says, "Oh, well, the tail end of the S20 is too heavy. All that gear in the back is actually kind of causing a problem," is what he kind of pointed out. And he said that when he was trolleying the vehicle, he said he had to flip it around and make it go the other way, you know, trolley it in reverse because it was a lot easier. I don't think that they got their weight distributions quite right on these vehicles with the mono shocks. There's too much hanging off the rear end.
Well, at one point, he said it felt better riding it backwards. You know what I mean? Flipping it around.
Yeah. That's right. He was saying it rode better backwards.
I mean, I'm going to object to that. I'm just going to say that's his subjective perspective. Because if you look, the handle for the S20 is not in the center. It's in the front. So it would make sense that if you turn it around, it would be better to push that way. Also, when he turned it around to go up the same hill that he said failed when he was going forward, he also failed going backwards. So that's a very subjective perspective, in my opinion. I did ride the wheel as if I was riding a Gotway, but not as hard as a Gotway, obviously, because I didn't really know it that well. And I didn't feel anything out of balance at all. I was able to throw it. I was able to throw it left and right. In fact, I did a review on the wheel, initial impression. And my initial impression was shocking. Like, this wheel actually feels good. It feels like a really good wheel. It's just I didn't expect that to happen at all. Like, the power wasn't there initially. But like I said, that's not a Kingsong thing, so I'm not expecting too much from them. But that fire is the most unsuspecting part of the whole thing.
Right. It's not a bad wheel. It just needs to be fine-tuned.
Yeah.
Now,
what
I think manufacturers need to do, if you really look at what riders want, it's basic stuff. They want power. They want range. You know what I mean?
We want USB.
Yeah, it's not. You don't have to make these big leaps and bounds to really satisfy the riders. Some of the stuff they want is very basic, and it's like sometimes they ignore the basic stuff to try to like reinvent everything. Like, no one was asking for a big voltage wheel. They could have got away with doing a 100-volt wheel, give them a solid wheel. You know, you want the performance, you want the range, a decent light, again, USB, you know, a decent screen.
Dude, I listened to the live from EVX, Electric Dreams, and the Black Cobra, and what the Kingsong representative at the time, Electric Dreams, said. Someone had asked in the comments, why is there no more speakers, USB, and LEDs? Because, as you know, we need a lot of lights, you know what I'm saying, when we're riding at night. That's kind of important. His response was, this is too much stuff that's going to add more issues to the wheel. And we're like, wait, hold on. We came from there. This is where we came from. It's not like something we're adding. Exactly. This is where we came from. And it's like safety is just out of the window now. You know what I mean? And it was a big issue for him, he's saying, for them to add lights or to add speakers. They would have to create new plastics to house the speakers, to house the USB. And I'm like, that's not our issue. You're the engineers. You're the...
Well, that doesn't even make sense. I mean, think about the wheels that don't have lights and how many riders take and add aftermarket lights.
That's what I'm saying. So, I don't understand how...
That doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, I don't get that one.
Yeah, lights are okay. I like stealth mode, you know.
No, I mean, but that's the point. Like, you can turn it off if you want, you know.
Right. Yeah. And that was one of the things when I got my V11, my InMotion V11. I was like, there's no RGB on this. That can't be cool. It sucks. I want fancy lights, man. But
You got to ride around with some glow sticks around your neck.
right, but that's not what was really important, though. It's about learning how to ride, like you say, Sensei. Ride it like you hate it. Ride it like you hate it. And that's what I did for a year, and that's how I got good. I rode it. I threw my fear out the window, and I just go for it, man. And if I break a bone, I break a bone. I'll heal, But I don't think that the industry. I think that the whole EUC industry needs a direction. At least it does here in the United States. They should make consumer units for people, for everyday riders. Then they should make units for enthusiasts. People that want to tweak their units and add more stuff to it or mod it, or a section for racing for guys like Zen Lee.
But don't you think that already exists, though? Don't you think that
No,
already
I
exists?
don't. I don't, because, like, for instance, in Zen Lee's case, he doesn't have a choice. The only choice that he has as a racer is a Chinese wheel.
What do you mean? Like, so you're saying choices in terms of like
Performance
non-Chinese,
or
not Chinese
hardware.
products? Not Chinese products?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Okay.
Can you imagine, like, let's talk about German engineering. We all know that the Germans make great cars, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine what kind of an electric unicycle the German engineering could produce?
But would you be willing to pay for it, though?
Yes.
I mean, you probably have the money. A lot of us don't.
Well,
so.
I think anybody who doesn't have the money will figure out how to get the money, because if they know that that wheel is going to provide them a level of quality and security, and it's going to give them, that sense of
Well,
they're gonna find the money.
In a way, you're right, because I'm looking at it like, if you have a good quality wheel that doesn't burn down in case of some electrical failure or whatever, and is very secure, is very safe, no matter what, you have years and years and miles, and nothing ever happens in terms of fire safety or safety in general, then maybe that would put more pressure on the Chinese manufacturers that way. Because as you yourself stated, they don't try to innovate, they just copy each other. But when they see this competition coming from somewhere else that offers better, performance protection, okay. Now, from that perspective, I agree with you.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's my perspective. One thing that attracted me to riding an electric unicycle is how something so simple can give you that performance. Seriously, when you really think about it, there's not much to an electric unicycle. There really isn't. There's not much. There's less moving parts in an electric unicycle than there is in a combustion engine.
I know.
Oh,
so
sure, yeah.
Go think about this. If you would go back to, let's say, 2017, 2018, you would get you a Fiat 500e, right? You would get more miles on a Sherman than you would on that car. A Fiat, you're lucky if you got 80 miles on that thing.
Or like a Yugo.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the Fiat. But even some of the other cars, even like some of the earlier, like 2015, you're lucky if some of those cars, the electric cars, the EV cars, are getting 120 miles. Really,
here's something else I'd like to point out. Have you ever noticed that the parts on your electric unicycles are all standard parts? I mean, you think that they're custom designed, but if you go to Alibaba and you look through this stuff, you can find hub motors, you can find controllers, you can find all this stuff. And sometimes I just think that these guys are buying this stuff off of Alibaba and slapping them together,
What? Dude, it's the same. Look at this.
But are they getting it from the manufacturers, though?
And you took one of my video ideas. Look at this, right? It's the same in the auto industry. How many car motors, Toyota motors, are in different manufacturers' cars? Do this research. Look at the Corvette motor and find out how many exotic cars use the Corvette motor.
Got the Corvette motor in it, man.
Got a Corvette motor in it. But look at the price of a Corvette and look at the price of some of these other cars. You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah. My buddy had a Volkswagen Fastback with a Porsche engine in it. My buddy had a Volkswagen Fastback, 1968 Volkswagen Fastback with a Porsche engine in it, and you would have never known.
Yeah,
you would have never known.
Manufacturers do that a lot.
I don't know, guys. I really think that we need like some different player in the game in the EUC industry. And like I keep saying this, I sound like a broken record. You know, I'm a guy, I'm 54 years old. I got a little bit of money because I'm a lucky guy, lucky me. And I really think that if I wish that I could find some people in the United States to try to put together our own electric unicycle, because then you are right there. You can, you know, talk directly with folks, express yourself. You don't have this big. The problem with communicating with these Chinese companies is, first off, there's a language barrier. It's very difficult to kind of communicate. Then also it's difficult because these folks only really seem to want to do business through like middlemen, like e-wheels or Alien Rides or EVs or any of these places. So how do you get set up talking directly you know, to the manufacturers? I'm personally trying to speak to about 3 or 4 guys at Pagode to see if, you know, there's kind of any inroads into that business. But I still, like I said, I still think that we should be designing something here, or, you know, and like in my video, I said either Germany or Australia or any place else but China. We need a choice. We need to be able to have a choice. It innovates. But right now, I don't see it. Plus, with the lockdowns that are going on, I saw the Liu Li guy or whatever. He was riding around the Pagode like factory area, and it's like, oh, we're under lockdown. Nothing's happening here.
I know what video you're talking about. I'm looking at this comment. I agree with part of it, and some of it I don't. It says Chinese manufacturers are the only ones making EUCs. The liability of the U.S. or Europe company is too high. There will never be an EUC manufacturer in Europe or the U.S. Well, you got Future Motion making one wheels, so you understand.
That's not an EUC.
Right.
No, it's not an EUC, but I mean it's basically the same concept.
It is. Flip the board around that way.
But it has completely different liability. I mean, think about it. You're talking about like wheels that do up to 50 miles an hour with massive batteries. I think.
Yeah, but the local car companies don't have you sign a non-disclosure form saying, "Well, if you die in our vehicle, we're not responsible."
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, but
you don't even do that.
I believe
do that.
No, I could be wrong. Someone can correct me in the comments now or later in the, you know, if you watch the video. But a lot of the parts from future, you know, what they use in the one wheels, they come from China, if I'm not mistaken.
But were they built in USA and then assembled in China?
They assemble them here.
Really? Oh, they assemble them here. Okay, well, you know, that's acceptable, I guess.
So there you go. So part of your answer, part of the answer you're looking for, I think, ICJ, is that
just call me CJ.
Think that CJ. I think that comment makes a lot of sense right here. Chinese manufacturers are the only ones making EUC, number one. Number two, the liability issue in the US and Europe is too high. That's a huge issue. I mean, think about it. Regulation.
But I mean, how would I sue somebody in China right now?
That's why most of the EUCs come out, because you're not going to be able to sue anybody.
But that's the point, though. That's the point.
Yeah.
Like I've been told by folks, like when I say, "Oh, let's design one here in the United States," they're like, "Well, you know, they'll come after you for copyright." And I'm like, well, they stole their technology to begin with in the first place and are making money on it. They stole their technology and are making money on it and selling it back, you know, selling it right back to us.
Segway, right? Segway technology.
But was it stolen or what?
Well, so to understand the technology, Hall sensors have always been around. And the concept is actually really basic. I don't remember the Chinese guy's name, but what he did was he took already existing technology, slapped it together in a certain way, and put a patent on it. Well, patents run out and people steal. I mean, look at Apple. Apple steals people's ideas all the time, and they stick it in their machines, and then they talk about it later. Like, oh, you got a problem later, we'll deal with it later. So that's what I'm saying. We need to take back our technology, rip it apart, re-engineer it, and make our own, you know, and then repatent it. You do realize that when you patent something, if you change one thing on it, you can repatent it. So if you want to steal the whole idea back and manufacture it here and then have higher quality standards, I mean, you got to realize we got Tesla. Okay, we're making Tesla, right? I mean, wow, that's incredible. So, I think that's what we ought to be doing.
Roland S is saying there are U.S. patents still on EUC. That's why there are wheels from outside of China.
Well, who's going to take the time to look up that stuff, and who's going to take the time to sue anybody, right? Like once the deed's done,
I like Leon Nugent's point. We can't hating on the Chinese. I'm reading it exactly as I read it. He needs to say we can't hate on the Chinese EUC makers. They are the only game in town. Okay, we can just hope competition would. Well, no, he's answering his own question or observation. He's saying we can just hope competition would fund rapid prototyping through our hard-earned money. And I don't think people disagree with you. It's just that if you have an industry that's started in China off of technology from the United States, okay, what's stopping the United States from starting its own EUC company? I don't think anything is stopping them.
I think it's just a liability. I don't think they want to people get hurt, get sued, or they might be able to
but whose issue is? But that's not going to stop China from starting an industry of their own if they decide to.
No, not at all. It's not going to stop it. I mean, or another way you can look at it too, if they did have a U.S. company, there might be a lot of restrictions. You might only get a wheel that does 15 miles an hour.
And you'll get it for $10,000.
Yeah, so the cost would be very, very high.
It doesn't matter what wheel you have, how many wheels you have. Perfect example of a company that's doing this right now that's making quads, okay? Hub wheels quads. It would be called Utah trikes. They're called Utah trikes. They design everything from ground up. Frames, wheels, everything. And I haven't heard about any kind of liability issues that these guys are having. They very well could turn around and design an electric unicycle tomorrow.
So why do you think, CJ, why do you think that we or the United States does not have wheels?
Well, okay, to answer that question is maybe simply for the very simple reason. Hi, my name's CJ. I'm in the middle of Tennessee. When was the last time I ever saw anybody around here riding an electric unicycle in my neck of the woods? Nobody. It's just not. It's not popular enough. It hasn't reached kind of a plateau where there's this tipping point where
but what I'm saying is so you have the Chinese who created something that's amazing.
They didn't create it. You keep saying that they didn't create it. America created it. They stole it and reassembled it and sold it back to us.
No. Okay, so how I'm looking at it is the United States Segway came up with the technology, right?
Right.
But Segway didn't come up with the EUC.
It doesn't matter whether it has one wheel or two wheels.
It does, because I rode a Segway and it's very the Segway is very unstable.
Well, I don't know.
It is. I mean, there is a tour in Boston. Okay, I live in Boston, and it's called Segway Tours. And I watch people get on these Segway machines, and the moment they get on it, this thing shakes back and forth.
Well, okay, so
but my point is, and it only goes 12 miles an hour, etc. And I wouldn't say, regardless of the technology, I wouldn't say that that's the same as an EUC. That's completely different.
It's the same algorithm, man. It is. It's the same algorithm.
Yeah, tweaked or whatever. But yeah, I'm just saying that's like saying you're giving Apple or Apple comes out with the iPhone, and you give no credit to Apple for using technology that already existed to formulate an iPhone.
Oh yeah, I'm giving Apple all of the credit because they literally stole everything from everybody else.
Yeah, but that's not the point of innovation, though. But that's not the point of innovation all the time. You know, sometimes you see something that's being used one way, and then you use it a different way that no one ever thought of. That doesn't mean that what you took is a bad thing, that you took it to make something great.
Right. No, you know, and I will give the Chinese credit that they've taken something that was baseline and
Right.
took it up a notch and resold it. And Chinese are good at that. That's what they've been known for all
what
the
I'm
time. And
saying,
it doesn't matter what product they make.
but what I'm saying, but it does matter, because the Segway was supposed to be. Remember, they called it. But when the Segway was coming out, I remember I was in college, and they were talking about this thing coming out called Ginger. They called it Ginger at the time because they didn't. Yeah, well, they didn't want to give out the name. They didn't want to give out the real name, and they didn't want people to steal it, etc., etc. So when it came out, we were flabbergasted because we've never seen anything like this. I went to MIT. I went to MIT for my first test on it, just to look at it, not test. And then I went to WPI to actually test it, to ride it at WPI, because that's where Dean Kamen, I guess, went to school. He went to WPI. And so we went over there. I went on it, and I literally almost fell on the floor, because when I got on it, it just wanted to go and do its thing, and it was rocking back and forth. And the idea at the time for the Segway was that it would take over everything, and then everyone would have it. That was their goal. But
it's the price that killed it.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I think it's more than just the price. I think it's the accessibility issue. So the Segway wasn't really accessible. It's pretty big. It's heavy. If you wanted to go upstairs, and not just stairs, if you wanted to go to Starbucks alone, that thing you would have 2 wheels, and it would hit the door. And there was just a lot of accessibility issues. You really couldn't carry it anywhere. It's not that portable, etc. So it was a really good invention to introduce something new, which was the EUC. I think whoever thought of the EUC idea deserves credit on their own for the idea of the EUC, not for the technology. Give credit to where credit is due for the technology, of course, but for the idea of an EUC, dude, you cannot say that this idea came from the Segway. That idea is unique. The EUC is unique. You can even give credit to Flintstone.
Okay. So, but look at it this way, though. You have got Ford Motor Company. We all know that Ford invented the car basically and set up the manufacturing line to produce it. And then you have other car companies that have come along, and they have their version of the car. Well, we have Jeeps. Well, Jeeps aren't necessarily like a Ford Model T. They're both cars, and they both have different uses. But you don't see these car companies really kind of suing each other over the fact that all cars have 4 wheels for the most part. So I don't think taking something and being able to have to be able to be right there and have close inspection of what a company is doing. Like, for instance, if you want to go take a tour of the Tesla car factory, you can make an appointment, you can go there, and you can walk through the factory, and you can ask questions about why does this do that, or why does this do this, or you can even make a suggestion. You cannot do that with Chinese manufacturers. Who do you talk to? How do you tell them what you want? I mean, that's been the big gripe about, most EUCers are like, well, we can't quite get what we want. Well, how do you tell folks what you want when you can't communicate with anybody?
Well,
whereas
actually, you can communicate with them if you go
you can get in touch with Gotway or Bagot.
Yeah, you can do that. You can.
But then there's a language barrier.
Well, I mean, that's not their issue, though. At the end of the day, you know what I mean. That's a barrier that you need to cross. But the thing is,
what am I going to tell them?
I don't know.
Going to tell them like I want this. They're going to go out of their way to do something special. No, I want to develop an electric unicycle where somebody like Zen Lee says, I need this amount of torque for this wheel because it's all about me winning this race. Or I need a guy that says I need range, and I can work with this person real close and give that person what they want in a unit. Now, I agree. Chinese manufacturers are trying to satisfy everybody. And I don't know if that's such a good thing, trying to satisfy everybody, because we got the Hero. What niche does the Hero fit when they're coming out with a Master, or they have the EX? Who are they trying to satisfy? And if you're trying to satisfy everything, then you end up with a product that's kind of like whereas if you have a product that's really focused in on a niche, and right now that's all we are. That's all the electric unicycle community is. We're just a niche. People, they're like, I'm never going to get on that. that looks dangerous. Just for the even if it doesn't blow up, even if it doesn't, do anything, it's still people are afraid of this kind of stuff.
I mean, personally speaking, I don't want it to get too popular. I want it to stay I made a video a long time ago. I feel like I want us to be the biggest niche there is.
I think it's going to stay that way.
I honestly want it to stay that way because
it will because of the money, because it's expensive. How much did the Monster Pro cost me? Oh, I don't know, $3,500.
I think it's because of the learning curve, because the scooters are way more expensive, and I see more of those than I see EUCs.
Well, Jose made a good point in the comments. Solo wheel, I believe. Yeah, the solo wheel, I think, was the first EUC.
Right.
Yeah, solo wheel.
And who was the
wasn't it solo wheel then maybe the air wheel? If I'm not mistaken.
The first electric unicycle I ever saw was at some kind of outdoor festival out in California. And it was a real clunky looking thing. But I don't even remember who made it. Yeah, I think it was the air wheel. I think that's what it is.
It was. I think the solo wheel came first, and then maybe the air wheel. But I believe it was solo. Like Jose, I think Jose's right. I believe it was the solo wheel. But I mean, even now they have self-balancing things where you don't even have to balance, left and right. It'll just keep you upright. Who knows?
I've seen that. Yeah.
Honda has a chair like that. You sit on a little chair and it just goes where you want.
India built a motorcycle like that too.
Yeah, no, so you guys, you just jump on a thing and just lean forward or backwards, and it's going to go and keep you upright.
Have you seen the wheel that's a guy putting together in Spain? What's it called? Ratio wheel, something like that.
Ratio, yeah, Ratio.
Now, what do you think about that?
I don't know. I need to test it to know what it's about, but I think it looks great.
What happened to that big wheel? Remember the Orion wheel that was supposed to come out? That real big one?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was huge.
That was, it looked like a big, like the size of a 10-speed tire. But it was huge.
What was it called?
The Orion, I believe, Will.
The Orion.
Wasn't it being made in wasn't there a wheel that's being made in the United States? I think it was Canada. I think so.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a guy making a wheel in the United States?
He had a one that looked like the antique wheels. Like it had white wall tires.
Exactly. Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty cool.
Is he still building it?
I don't know. I think he found a way around the patents. Didn't he have like a little like handlebar or something on it where you could take that or off or something? I think he found there was some way that he found a way around the patents to make it, but it never came to pass though.
I like this comment. The flux capacitor blew. Oh man, reference to the going back
to the future.
Well, Back to the Future.
Well, the fact that you were torquing that wheel and then taking it fast, taking it slow, and kind of putting it through its paces, you didn't abuse it. You didn't crash it. It just blew up while you were standing on it, man.
That's right, yeah.
And that's uncool. I mean, I could understand if it crashed and then blew up. But you didn't even crash it.
No, I didn't crash it. Yeah. No, well, the thing is, so you probably don't know this, but I learned my crazy riding habits from New Yorkers, and torquing is a thing. Okay, so a lot of them, what they do is when they first get wheels, especially when the manufacturer says this is a torque wheel, like for example the MSP torque. What they would do is they would put pads on the wheel, go to a fence or some like a pole or something, and they would just torque it real fast. And if they torqued it real fast and the wheel bucks, that means you can cut that wheel out with enough force. But the MSP torque was the only wheel they couldn't get to do that. And I tried it riding the same way I did the S20, couldn't do it. In fact, I broke that thing so hard that the pedal scraped the ground, and I have video of that, and that thing did not cut out. I did it with the high-speed MSP, cut right out. But it didn't blow on fire. I weigh 190, 197, 210 with gear.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, what's the average rider weigh, I mean,
I have no idea.
Probably most riders are probably somewhere between, 160 pounds to 200 pounds.
I'm like 190, about
190.
190.
Yeah. The
195.
thing is like popping a capacitor, popping a MOSFET is not the issue here. That's gonna happen because these are limited. Every component has limits. It's the fire we're concerned about. Because
Yeah.
trust me, in New York, I don't know where you're from. Where are you from?
Oh, well, originally Chicago.
But where do you live right now?
Well, I
Tennessee,
live
right?
in Tennessee right now, yeah.
Okay, so Tennessee is very.
Well, you cut out.
He cut out.
I think I know what he's going to say, though. Tennessee's got rolling hills. And, if I was to probably go riding on like, I don't know, like a Commander or something like that, it might heat up, I don't know. But yeah.
No, so what I was saying is New York is the way we ride in New York or in Boston or in urban cities like Chicago is very different than Tennessee. Okay,
Stop, go.
yeah.
No, don't forget that, dude. I live like close to Nashville, so yeah, I'm close to a big city.
But even Nashville has a lot of space compared to New York.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And
you want to catch me riding in New York? I'm not going to ride in New York. There's no way in hell I'm going to ride New York.
New York is fun, but when New York has the traffic going, it's like, man, you're trying to navigate through a maze.
Oh, I know.
Dude, there are guys
Chicago,
there are guys posting videos on YouTube all the time and Instagram of weaving in and out of New York traffic with hard braking,
all the time,
hard acceleration, carving. I mean, the stuff you see, and especially that's just video. When you go there on a group ride, oh my gosh, it's the best thing you've ever. If you're a hard rider, that is. If you're a hard rider, you're gonna love riding in New York. If you're not, you're gonna be like, call it quits, guys. Have a good night. No, it's nice meeting you. But
yeah, it's lonely out here in Tennessee riding all alone.
Dude, honestly, man, that's one of the best ways to get through the city, man. Is on a wheel, even any PEV, scooter, skateboard. There's no better way to get through the city, man.
Oh yeah, man! I remember trying to park my car in Chicago. It's like, God, this sucks. This really sucks, But if I had a scooter, it would be great, or an EUC or something like that. So yeah, city riding, I can see where it's like really rocking. But look at those rides that Marty Back takes though through the mountains. Now his style of riding is, I think, almost kind of an art form, really. Because I mean, look what that guy's. He's like right on the edge of a cliff. I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah. See, that's not my style, and that's his style. So, I wouldn't mind doing it one day, but not on a daily basis. And I don't think he does that on a daily basis.
Since you were riding, I never got the full story, and I know now. I know Cobra was riding a Monster Pro, and he said his thing cut out because it was like a bad board or something like that.
Yeah.
And then, but Sensei, you got into it with a car or something. Or
Yeah,
you got hit, man.
I got hit head on.
Dang, man.
I will tell the story shortly. But I was commuting to work and got hit head on.
So I almost had that happen today, or it was either today or yesterday when I was riding. I was on my V11 going down to the park, and this guy absolutely did not see me. Zero. And it's like broad daylight out, and I'm like the biggest thing there, and he still didn't see me. So that's another question. How use are people to EUC riders in the big city? I mean, is it so popular that people are now used to seeing somebody riding around on one wheel?
Well, see, this is the thing about New York. You have so many people riding bikes and like e-bikes and scooters and everything. So, and they already drive like nut jobs up there anyway. So, but they're used to seeing things come out of nowhere. If that makes any sense of what I'm saying, because I mean,
right.
I mean, like just from the deliveries on the e-bikes. And then the plus the city bikes, people riding. So they're kind of used to seeing people jaywalking, just jumping out in the street and running across. But it's still crazy up there though. But they're used to seeing all that stuff.
Oh yeah, city riding.
They're still nut jobs when they drive.
The only way to really understand it is to come and try it yourself, man. That's the only way.
No. No.
You're not, you got to appreciate it.
No, I'm sure that I could probably. I feel confident enough now. I mean, even in my small little neck of the woods, the people here, they drive just nuts, you know. And whether there's a bunch of people or a few people, it's still the same thing. You still gotta watch. You still gotta have eyeballs in the back of your head, you know.
Dude, I honestly think it's probably worse riding in New Jersey than it is New York City. Because think about this. New York City, it's crazy. But if you're going one way, it's like a grid. So you're on a one-way street.
Yeah.
Riding through Jersey, they drive just as crazy as they do in New York, but you have hidden driveways. They blowing through stop signs. So they're, you know, you're on this road that's 35 miles an hour. They're doing 60 miles an hour. You know, so it's crazy. It's crazy.
So the torquing I was doing, it's important because in cities like New York, hard braking is, if you're gonna ride with traffic, this wheel better be able to take all of that.
You have to.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's bad enough the cars will take your mirrors off when you're going through, you know, the city in a car. You know, so yeah, the braking, and I saw like the braking on, I think it was the S20, and somebody was saying it wasn't doing so hot.
No, you know? That was EVX.
Maybe it was.
Yeah,
maybe it was.
EVX. Yep.
He was saying that the braking was just like not in it. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. So let me read some of these comments because I think there's some good comments here. Ron Nadu says lithium-ion batteries can self-ignite when their internal resistance increases. Cell heats up to just 30 degrees Celsius. We need active balancing internal resistance monitoring BMS. Sounds like a smart BMS to me, and it didn't work.
That's funny.
You know, you were telling me about the Hall sensor on this unit, and one of the things was, well, we were going with this Hall-less sensor. Well, okay, so if you're going without a Hall-less sensor, then what are you using? What are you using?
No. So they said there was going to be Hall sensorless technology software.
Hall-less.
Yeah. So basically,
no Hall.
No Hall sensor.
Right. So your question is, if a Hall sensor disengages, what are you going off of, right?
No. I'm saying if there is no Hall sensor, they said Hall sensorless. What are they going to use?
So
optical? Optical? I don't know.
No. So it has Hall sensors. It's just detecting that there is a Hall sensor missing, like an error or something like that. And then, because what would happen is it would just cut out or whatever. So what I guess the software is supposed to do is mitigate that and allow you to ride still, although probably not as fast.
Right.
So what really happens with a cutout anyway? So you're riding along, and then all of a sudden you cut out, and that's it.
It depends.
You just roll over.
It depends. So there are many kinds of cutouts. There's
I've never
no
cut
power.
Out.
Yeah, and we don't want you to.
I've never had a cutout.
There's come to New York, you'll cut out.
I cut out once. I didn't realize what happened until like a
why
year
didn't
later.
Why didn't you explain it, Sensei? Explain what cutouts are, because there are many kinds of cutouts. There's power cutouts.
I think one of the most basic cutouts. There's sometimes people cut out and the wheel will actually regain balance.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
You can feel it. You can feel the wheel. You can feel it dip.
Yeah,
and then you can.
I've had that happen.
Yeah. It's just like even like a lot of people cut out on low battery. You're pulling way too much volts out, trying to get too much volts. There's not enough in the thing. It'll cut out. You're drawing too much power. You have people that'll cut out. Think of this: you're riding. People don't hear the beeps. You hit a bump, and when you hit that bump,
there you go.
Work that wheel forward.
Spike. There's a spike. Yeah.
Yep.
You're done.
It jumps up on you.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I've heard of that. Yeah. So these tiny little spikes are enough to make your unit.
It depends. It depends. It depends. For example, I had a buddy a while ago. His name is Panda, and we used to ride all the time. Okay, all the time at night with other guys, just riding. And he is a big guy, and he got a Monster. So he went over this bump while he was leaning forward, and it just cut out on him. Now, he felt the cutout, but I guess he didn't pull back in time. So he cut out.
Was he in Go George Go's videos?
Yes, yes, yes. That's
Yeah, okay,
Panda.
I know who you're talking
Yeah.
about, man.
Yeah, Panda is the man.
Right on.
So here's the thing, right? So with me on my torque MSP, because remember, he had a monster. I think he had an 84 volt at the time. I don't remember. It might have been an 84 volt monster. That's a big wheel for an 84 volt. And I had my MSP. So I would go through the same bump, leading the same way, and nothing will happen to me. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because so here's the thing. So what he did was he set up the EUC World app so that whenever there's a spike such as that, it would alarm, and then that would give him enough time to react. You know what I mean? So I would be right. Yeah, exactly. So he would set it up through his speakers, through his Bluetooth speakers, and as I'm riding, I would constantly hear his wheel just beeping because he's constantly hitting bumps.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot you can do. There's a lot you can do to mitigate all these types of cutouts. But the thing is, you've only been writing for a year. That doesn't mean anything. But it doesn't mean anything in the sense that you don't know what to look for. But if you look at older videos and just go to forums, if you go to like electric unicycle forums, if you go to if you download Telegram and then you search nyc.euc collective, you will see an entire community of people just talking about all kinds of stuff, and one of them being cutouts. So you will learn all kinds of apps to use. We use EUC World. Okay, EUC World is the number one because it has all of the safeguards you can possibly think of, from over voltage to too much current to speed, the speed you want to ride at, to, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff on there to help you prevent from cutting out. So a lot of it has to do with knowing your wheel. If you don't know your wheel and you're pushing it to its limits, sometimes if you're not pushing it to its limits, you're going to cut out. So it's just something you don't want to experience, to be honest.
Now, here's a good question for you. At what age do you think that it's safe? I mean, look, we're full-grown men here. We're talking tech and we're talking these wheels. But at what age do you think, you know, when you have a wheel and you give it to a kid and the kid just wants to ride it, he's not concerned with the kinds of things that we're concerned with. So when are we going to get a wheel that I can give to, you know, the kid over here and not worry that this kid is going to smash his face? I mean, is that what we're going for, or is that what we're trying to get here? Or I don't know.
Do you want to go, Sensei, or you want me to go?
My thing is, everything comes with risk. Yeah, I couldn't even give an answer. Really, it's a high risk sport. So if you're,
I wouldn't give it to a child.
If a kid's riding a wheel, they're at the same risk that we are.
Yeah,
well, that's
same
true.
risk. Yeah, exactly.
There's really no. I don't. But I mean, like with me, now this is me. I wouldn't, if I was going to teach, if I had a kid I was teaching him how to ride, I would let them ride in the park. I wouldn't let them ride on the road.
Definitely supervised.
Yep, supervised in a park somewhere where there's not no traffic, empty parking lot, stuff like that. But as far as letting kids ride out on like a street, no.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what, I see what you're saying. It's kind of like the skateboard. We're all worried. Oh, kids got the skateboard, they're going to go out and break an arm or something. And so there's that risk. You're right. It's kind of like welcome to parenting. You're going to have issues, and welcome to parenting. So, but I don't know. I think I would feel better, giving a kid some kind of unit that was literally tested out in every possible venue. I'd probably feel safer about doing, because you're in the business and you want to sell these units. Okay, so how many stores do we have in the United States that are selling electric unicycles? We got EVs, we got alien rides, we got e-wheels, we got, I don't know.
But no stores, though. No stores.
No stores.
So as a business owner, where's the liability, in that? I mean, am I going to get sued because I opened up a business and sold like a EUC to somebody? I don't know.
Well, you can talk to Yuko. Yuko is like, I think they're the closest we have to. I think they're the close ones to being a store that you can walk up to. And
has anybody ever tried to sue one of these companies? Has there ever been a lawsuit?
No, I don't know.
You know,
but if you go to the Electric Unicycle forum, okay, and you just type in suit or I don't know,
right.
Whatever, it'll pop up whatever if there's something on there, because that's a huge like repository for information about EUCs.
I haven't heard of anybody trying to sue a company for that kind of, you know, for a vehicle like an electric vehicle like that.
Yeah.
So
I haven't heard.
Especially with well, I've heard it. I've heard people try to sue.
Wow.
Yeah, I've heard people try to sue.
Yeah, because when I got into
but not in the US though. Not in the US. It was more like in Europe.
That's the last thing that I knew right away, that when I was getting into this hobby, I'm not suing anybody. There's nobody to sue.
You know? Oh no, so, I didn't hear anyone trying to sue distributors though. I heard them trying to sue the actual Chinese
company.
Yeah.
I don't see that going anywhere. You know.
No.
Well, listen, guys, it was really good. Thanks for letting me into the chat.
Of course,
and,
absolutely.
on the video, and I hope I kind of brought a few little, you know, brain teasers. Like I said, I'm a hardcore. I still think that we need, and it's not just because of safety, but it's also to stimulate the economy. And my feeling is I think that if we built an electric unicycle here in the United States, we'd have tighter controls on research and development. I think that it would give people jobs. I also think that it would allow for us to develop a unit to actually challenge what's coming out of China or another country. I think that challenge is what stimulates the innovation or the research and development for the direction that we want to go. I will say that I don't think that electric unicycles are ever going to take the world as a replacement for like automobiles. They're handy for urban cities. They're very handy for, and that's, I think, the reason why Dean Carmen invented the Segway, because his dream was to reduce that inner city traffic, and electric unicycles do that. I think that we need to do something like this here in the United States. I think that getting some kind of sponsorship from, let's say, like Tesla for the batteries and the motors would really make a product shine and really get a lot of people excited about it. And then I think it needs to be focused. I think that the focus needs to be like racing, or because the whole model of, well, it's going to fix our traffic problem. I don't think that is what anybody could use as an excuse to push the industry in a direction. I think the industry needs to be pushed in a direction, but not as just a general kind of consumer device, because all we're going to get is, if it's only considered a consumer device and not taken seriously, well, we're going to end up with these plasticky little units that you can buy for, you know, $200 off of Amazon, and it lasts, you know, a couple of months for your kid. We need beef, man. We need things that are built like motorcycles, you know. I do like the metal design. I do like the, was it the EX2?
Oh, the EX20? 20S.
This is what gets me now. I'm a little confused about this. Maybe you can straighten me out on this. Go, George, go. I don't think he straightened me out on this, but on Alien Ride's site, it's listed as EX2C30. Okay, check it out under their page.
Well, now, if it has the C30 motor,
right. Go ahead, explain that.
Yeah, high speed is the C30, and then the torque motor is the C38.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump over you there.
No, that's okay. Is it in there? Yeah, it's in there. No, that's the Hero. Go down.
No, that's it.
There it is.
Right here.
There it is.
Yeah, so that's exactly what Sensei said.
EX2C30.
Yeah, so now, C30 is the motor type.
Okay, so is that like the torque, or is that the high speed?
That's the high speed.
speed.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between the torque and the high speed? It's not
So
even mentioned in here. It says, well, it's got torque, it's got high speed, but what's the real difference?
if you go down,
You know?
if you go down in the specifications, it'll explain
Mhm.
to you the motor power. So this
Didn't it?
is three.
Doesn't.
So
It doesn't.
it's
Put them
well,
side by side. Or I mean, oh well,
it's
like I
right.
put the
Yeah.
I put the Hero side by side. Okay, we got
Okay.
Hero torque and we got Hero fast, right? And I put the
Mhm.
pages side by side and I looked at the specs on the motors and there wasn't any difference.
Well, this is
Now I don't know.
the thing with the
I don't know
torque
about this
motor.
one.
You're going to get a faster start. They're better at climbing hills,
Yeah.
but the high speed gives you that top end. Like depending on your weight, let's
Mhm.
just say with let's say the RS, right? The RS torque. If you're about a 215-pound rider, 200-pound rider, you probably start getting beeps at about 32 miles an hour, 33 miles an hour. Now, if you have the high speed, you'll start getting beeps at 39, 40 miles an hour. You see what I mean? You can ride that thing like 42, 43 miles an hour. Well, you stride, you probably hit 44 miles an hour on that darn thing. But you get a higher top end with the high speed.
Well, okay, so what do you guys want to ride? You want to ride a torque wheel or do you want to ride a high speed wheel?
I always get the high speed.
Yeah, same here.
You think that the torque wheel would be more in tune with like when you were out torquing that S20 out there and it burned up? Was that a torque wheel or was that a high speed wheel?
So it's promoted as a torque high speed, but it's really it's actually promoted. It's actually because it's like the Master. The Master is also a torque high speed, but it's promoted mostly as a torque wheel, to be honest, for off-roading. But it didn't have the torque either. So that was just a bad. It was bad engineering and bad marketing.
See, no,
and,
to
and,
me,
and good
torque,
marketing.
a torque wheel would seem to me to be able to handle the kind of things that you were doing to it.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
That is right. That is
Whereas
right.
a high-speed wheel, I would expect to burn up like that.
Well, this is why I tested that wheel the way I did with reservation. If you notice, I tested the torque braking because I noticed, and a lot of people already said it. I already had a heads up from everyone who understood what torque wheel means. Everyone was saying this thing didn't have torque from the beginning, so I wasn't gonna thrash it all the way forward because I might get a cutout. So what I ended up doing was riding it up gradually, really fast, and then torquing it by braking it. And if it can handle the torque by braking, that means I can have a little bit more confidence riding it fast to brake. But what I found out overall is that it didn't have torque going, it didn't have torque stopping. This is not even a torque wheel.
So maybe a real torque wheel is probably better for heavier guys. And
absolutely,
I agree with that, and I disagree. I'm going to give you my reason why.
Go ahead. Yeah.
When I was at Cobra's rally one time at band camp, but anyway, I got to ride EUC Vibes' RS torque, right? I loved the wheel, right? Then after talking with Law at the outdoor rally, he was like, man, just go ahead and get the high speed because you'll have more top end. And he says the torque is really not that much difference. But what really opened my eyes was I wish EUC Vibes was still in here. He said on his high speed torque, because he weighs about 230, I think he said 230, around 230, 240. He started getting beeps at like 32 miles an hour on his RS torque. I was riding my RS high speed at 38 miles an hour, and I wasn't getting any beeps. I could still push it. I could have pushed that thing to like 43 miles an hour. So again, I think for the heavier riders, if you want that top end, you go with a high speed wheel because you're
well. So here's the thing about that. If you're a heavier person, there's a lot of things to consider, right? So if you're a heavier person but you want high speed, but you torque a lot, you might not want a high speed. But here's what's happening. The MS, because it won't be able to handle that initial thrash. When you lean forward, it's not going to be able to keep you up.
You got to be smoother on it.
You got to be smooth on it. It has to be gradual. Same with the braking. So if you look at the Master, for example, so apparently they're touting that one as both torque and high speed.
Yep.
So that's
I don't know how that works.
Well, it's the voltage. You have 136 volts Good night, Ash. You have 136 volts and you have 24 MOSFETs. So I can see how it works. And Gotway has a lot of experience in that area. So I have no doubt that they'll be able to pull it off. I am concerned about the 2400 watt hour battery, but the fact that they took extra steps to add 24 MOSFETs, holy smokes. I have a feeling. And if you look at the videos, yes, the guys are very light, but Gotway has a lot of experience in high voltage. So I have a feeling they'll make it. The only thing I have reservations for is that casing, because in all the comments we're seeing, the casing with nowhere for the gases to go. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they added some space.
Yeah, basically it was built like a pipe bomb.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a little paranoid. I think maybe in the control board, they're like, look at this American guy, stupid American guy. We'll push the button now. Boom. I mean, that was one of the things that Marty Back was talking about, was he's like really tired of logging into the, individualized app for every single wheel, and you got to create an account and do this. And then when you get in there, they know where you're going. They track you. They even have a social network built in there. And I'm just thinking, my paranoia is like, I'm going to be riding down the road, and then all of a sudden somebody on the radio is going to announce we're at war with China. And then the next thing I know, somebody's pushing a button and I'm face plant, like, look what we did.
Listen, man, listen. This is the hardcore EUC response. That's the price we have to pay.
I know.
But all honesty, man, just enjoy the wheels, man.
Just enjoy the wheel, man.
Just enjoy.
Leave your phone at home. Leave your phone at home. You don't need your phone.
Enjoy. Yeah,
man, I got my phone with me.
Don't think too hard on it. Be as
I gotta
safe
make my
as you
video
can out there. Like I said, I'm happy that the companies are making the wheels for us. Like I have, nothing bad to say. I mean, anything you buy can always be a little bit better. I just say sometimes keeping stuff a little more simple than trying to make it really intricate.
I mean, your phone has lithium-ion batteries, and we hold it up to our heads all the time. It could blow off our heads.
Oh, there were phones catching on fire. Think about that. There were phones catching on fire.
I've seen plenty of them.
Yeah.
So where do you think the battery technology is going to go? Do you think we're ever going to have like real safe batteries that we can?
Yeah, I think so.
Look up the blade.
Go ahead, Sensei.
Look up the blade battery.
Blade battery. Okay.
Yeah. Look that up. There's videos on YouTube about it.
How far off do you think we are from getting that kind of technology?
I always
couple of years.
Okay. As far as with tech, this is me. And I mean, you can look back through history. When we get tech, that tech's probably about 30, 40 years old, maybe 50 years old already.
Yeah.
It's old tech they give us, man. A lot of stuff is developed. It's just money. It's like
so one of the things I've been researching, and I really meant to make a video on it, but it's called someone told me in the comments about
batteries.
Yeah, solid state batteries. And what's cool about solid state batteries is that unlike lithium ion batteries, there's no chemicals to worry about. So with lithium ion batteries, you have the chemicals jumping from one end to the next, right? That's pretty much how you get the voltage.
The transfer.
The transfer. But the solid state batteries, you don't have to worry about that at all. Go ahead, man. What's up? Tell us your thoughts.
Skip's Moto.
Yep.
Can you hear us, Skip? I think Skip can't hear us.
Guys.
Yeah, Skip, we've been talking a lot, so you can go ahead and talk.
I didn't really have anything to say. I've just logged into this thing to check it out. But I'm just a bit of a newbie.
Skip.
Thanks, guys. I'm just a bit of a newbie. I'm just I've only had my V8F for 400 kilometers since late last year. My wife got it for me for my 40th birthday, but I'm having an absolute blast on this thing, and I'm
excellent.
I'm pushing it to its limits, so I can't wait till May when my V12 high torque arrives.
Nice.
And I will get a suspension wheel, but because I do a lot of trail riding, but I don't think it's the right time to buy one at this stage until they're all nut out all the issues.
So how
And
many
then I
days
know
did
that
it
I'm
take
gonna
you to
get
learn?
some-
How many days did it take you to learn your EUC, or did you do it like a couple minutes or an hour? Did you jump on it and you were the boss, or
Yeah.
how'd you do?
It took me about 5 minutes. I just went to
5 minutes.
I can show you video from my first day.
Wow.
Excellent.
Yeah, I was in a big
Everyone's
grass field.
different.
Yeah, look, I come from a
Took
background.
me a week.
Yeah, a background of snowboarding, skiing, motocross, mountain biking, BMX. Like that's just
kind
me
of
growing.
Yeah, that's where I was
Growing
at. I started on a regular unicycle, guys. I know how to ride a regular unicycle.
You
None
need
of
to
this
do a
fancy
video on
balances.
that, man.
Yeah, I don't have it anymore.
Yeah,
but
I
know how
did
to ride
learn
one.
a proper unicycle a while ago, but
Cool.
they're a lot harder than electric. Electric unicycle is actually quite easy compared to a one with pedals.
Yeah. So what do you think of the S20? The what happened and Kingsong's response? I know you're a new rider, so I want to hear a new rider's perspective.
Okay, look, I'm impressed with their response. And like you guys mentioned before, that their testing is not perfect,
Right.
but they're having a go at trying to fix it. Yeah, I didn't expect it to explode like that, but I reckon in 12 months' time, once it's all blown over and they've all figured out what's going wrong, I'll be getting one.
It'll be the S22 though.
Yeah.
So
Is that a typo? I don't know.
no,
They should have called it the
That's
Phoenix.
how they called it. The
Right.
Phoenix. I know
Yeah,
it
the
rises
Phoenix, yeah, I
again.
love it. I like that.
Well,
No, I mean, yeah. That's
Yeah,
cool. Go
I
ahead, Sensei.
definitely. I'll get the S22 Phoenix.
nice. I mean, what I always say in my videos, I tell people wait for like the second or third batch of the wheel to come out.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
That's
just
where I'm at.
wait, let them work the kinks out of it.
I bought
And
the
it
second
al-
batch
it-
Sherman. I bought the second batch of the 11, second or third batch of the 11. I
think
waited
my
for
RS
the
was the third batch.
S18. The
Anyone on
S18
here had
had
fires?
bearing problems.
Anyone on here had fires with their wheels?
Mm-mm,
They never
No.
had fire.
Yeah, same here. None.
none.
No,
I
wait
always
a
like
minute.
to ask people around me. I like to ask people around me because then that shows the severity of it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the
Right.
recession. When you're in school, they
Right.
would say, "Hey, you know you're experiencing a recession or a depression when your neighbor is out of a job and then their neighbor is out of a job." So I like to kind of like have that perspective.
Right.
Now you Stride, I watch your videos. You do realize that, right? And I got a question. What was that business? You had some crazy unicycle hooked up to like a roller skate or something like that, and you were like on the road getting out of your car, and that crazy unicycle on that roller skate got away from you and went tearing off down the road, bouncing all over the place.
Shoot. Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
Dude, I was rolling watching that. No.
Yeah.
I think I said to you something like, "Man, you're crazy. You're delusional. What the hell are you doing?"
No, I was
You know?
trying something and it just ran away. But I was trying
It
to find
ran
a way
away.
I was trying to test wheels without me being on it.
Right.
So that's all.
Why would you do that? You're supposed to be on it.
It's funny. No, because I don't want to crash the wheel to find out its limits. I want it to crash itself with my weight, with simulated weight. So
Just have somebody else ride it.
Well,
No, but it's good though to see that you're doing stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's good to kind of see you doing strange things to wheels because I mean that's more than what Marty does. Marty just simply does the range test, the overheat hill, and then he takes the covers off and kind of looks at the wiring.
Marty's getting up there in age, so I don't think he wants to risk, damaging his body. I can still heal really
Right.
fast. I don't think he can. So
no.
I don't know.
What I love about Marty's channel, though, and I always give Marty credit.
Yeah.
If Marty wasn't pushing those wheels up overheat hill, wheels would not be what they are today.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
because
it's Marty and New York, man, and
Yeah.
because I don't know where else does testing like those two places.
Right.
In general, if you think about it, we're all testing really. If you create a video and you're giving feedback to the distributors, then you're a tester. Okay.
Yeah,
So
we're all lab monkeys.
don't take anything away from your videos. It's just that during that testing, if you find something and they change it, dude, that's good.
Because I honestly don't think some of these manufacturers thought that people would be riding his wheels the way they do now.
I know. We pushed them to that.
Exactly.
Dude, do you remember a long time ago, 30 miles an hour was back then was the 60, 50 miles an hour. That was like crazy back then to do 30 miles an hour. Crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So and then we surpassed that so quickly, people started cutting out like crazy, and then people started cutting out on purpose, you know, for videos, you know, like literally gearing up and everything and just cutting it out, you know. So
well, maybe I should do a crash video.
In a sense, that's why I give them. That's why, like, sometimes I don't give the manufacturers a hard time. I mean, if you look at it, they've done a phenomenal job. Yeah, they made some, you know. Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job.
Most of the fires that occurred, including the one that I experienced, most of these happened because of user abuse. And I did abuse that wheel. I mean, I abused it because I had to. You know what I'm saying? But most fires I've realized happen usually because of, and there were like fires that happened on the ships, on the shipping containers. I heard.
Yeah, my Sherman box still smells like fire.
Oh, really?
I bought the second Sherman off at E-Wheel, the second batch of Shermans off at E-Wheels, and my Sherman was in the cargo fire.
Interesting.
So I got my box. I'm like, I called them on the phone. I was like, are you still going to send me my unit? You know, I've been waiting like 3 months, and they're like, yeah, yours wasn't one of the ones that was damaged. You'll have it in a couple of days.
Nice.
And I got it, and it was like, oh, this thing smells like fire.
One thing I will say, I actually had the video. I gotta upload it. It's about like how we mentioned how long it takes riders. Some riders learn quick, some take a little bit longer. My biggest thing is riders learning fast and getting overconfident.
Yeah.
It's easy sometimes to learn how to ride, but it's all the little intricate things that come into it. You know, and it's, as I tell people, take your time, you know, don't rush it. You know, people want to get out there, start lane splitting, and next thing you know, man, think about it. You have dudes that have been riding, you know, 3-4 years experience, break arms, legs, clavicles.
I just want to say thanks to Lee Davis for the $10. He said, my God, I started watching this live, went to sleep in the middle of it, and just woke up, and it's still going.
Yeah, that's awesome. But no, just don't be in a rush, man. Just take your time. Take your time. It's
Speaking of gear, man, that's one of the issues I have with UC riding is the gear, especially in the summertime when it gets really freaking hot. I just want to go put my gear on and wear like a string bikini or something. There's got to be something that I can wear, you know. And by the way, I did challenge Tommy from UC Vibes to wear a thong and ride his unicycle.
All right, so I don't welcome that type of talk on here. So if you want to switch the topic, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, okay. So anyway, I was wondering about your gear that you wear, your armor, right? And I saw some really cool 3D printed plastic, basically chainmail. And I thought, you know, instead of these big plates, like, you know, a big chest plate, back plate, shoulder pads, this stuff was like fabric, but it's hard and it's made out of plastic. And when you put it on like a t-shirt, it's real, moves around. But when you land on it, because it's plastic, it all slides. If you guys get a chance, look on the 3D printing for 3D printed fabric. And I think that it would really make some good gear, especially for riding.
That's different.
I saw it with spikes, like diamond spikes, like a lizard. Okay, like you had like lizard spikes all over it. It was hard plastic, but it moved. Just look up 3D printed fabric, and you're going to find all kinds of examples. And I thought, man, this would make excellent protective gear for UC riding.
Check that out.
I'm going to read some of the comments here. This is from the Fuss. Even more press. I probably read this already. He said, even more press on the Eagle. Maybe they made that firmware just so the fire could happen. So there's even more. So there's even more hype on the Eagle. Haha, they got you. They just wanted to change the name.
April Fools, right?
That's right.
Oh man.
April Fool's Day.
It took 3 seconds for the smoke to turn into flames. That's so true. It happens so fast, dude. Like insanely fast.
You know, EUCs aren't the only thing having problems. Have you seen the ghosting going on with the one-wheel GTs?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, what's up with that? Holy smokes.
Those things are taking off like torpedoes, man.
That's crazy.
That's dangerous.
I thought it was an April Fool's joke.
It might have been. It might have been. Because I never heard of this before.
I never heard of it either. I think it's an April Fool's joke, man.
It probably is.
I think they're having problems with the
foot pads.
The foot pads.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what they said. That's what they said. I don't know.
But no, I was watching Jimmy Chang's video, and they showed one, and his video is always legit.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
His stuff is always legit. I mean, that's dangerous. That thing take off at 25 miles an hour, hit something.
Roland S says there's also the possibility that they had a bad battery batch. Listen, that is highly possible, but I just didn't like the chain of events. You know, if it was just a bad battery pack, then let me crash the wheel first, and then it explodes. Right. Why did I have to do 2 consecutive grinds where I hear the motor literally slipping, then a pop, then a shaking, then a seething, then smoke, then fire? That I don't understand. You know what I mean? So,
well, you did basically what who's a Chinese guy that tests the wheels out? I see him all the time. He drove a Sherman up the side of a
that's
incline.
Electric Dreams. That's Electric Dreams.
I mean, that's basically what you did was you took the unit to the point where it just couldn't handle it. And his did the same thing. Look at his video. It did the same thing. It did that crazy jerking motion when it was on the ground. Yeah, same thing.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, so that's what we expect. The fire is what we don't expect.
Yeah, and his did smoke. I don't think it caught fire, but it did.
No, it didn't caught fire because that's just the board. That's just the board blowing up.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you got something rare. Maybe you got something special. Maybe you got something that's just man, your stars aligned, dude.
Yeah, that's weird. But I don't know, man. That's just crazy. Always a possibility. Manufacturing quality is questionable. It's just that we've seen fires before, but that was nuts. That was just, I'm sorry, man. Did you see the memes of the Phoenix? You saw like Elmo with the fire behind him.
Hunger Games catching fire, you know.
Oh my God.
I mean, dude, like that was the biggest fire we've ever seen. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, no, did you see the little link of the M10-3 I threw in the channel? Go look at the link. An M10-3 man blew up almost as big as that thing. Well, maybe not as big, but as dramatic. And you know how that one started? That guy simply plugged it in the wall and was charging it. So if you got a problem with a battery blowing up like that, and like people were saying, oh, I'm glad it wasn't in an apartment or a house or something. What if that happened and you're just charging? You know,
Wow.
not even riding it.
That's a good point. Wow.
Another thing that happens is on the LiPo or on the lithium-ion batteries, there's a crystalline structure that apparently grows into the battery structure.
Dendrites.
Dendrites, yes.
What is that?
And that can actually make a battery blow up too.
Holy smokes! What?
Sensei, tell them what dendrites are.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like. I don't want to call it crystals, but it builds up on the batteries, and it can actually cause those things to catch on fire.
Because is it puncturing the membrane? Like, you know, like you have.
That's what it does. But what it happens is lithium ion batteries, like everything, they decay over time, and that's one of the things that happens to these batteries. Is it develops dendrites, and apparently the dendrites actually puncture through the transfer membranes, and then they will actually connect the positive to the negative, and then
causing a short is basically a short, right?
It bridges the gap. It bridges that gap.
But but we have BMS though. Shouldn't the BMS?
No, this is a physical thing. Your machine doesn't even have to be on for this to happen.
Right,
you could have some lithium ions sitting in the corner of the house, and it would develop this over time, and then they blow up.
Lee Davis says how come I can't post your comment on here, Lee Davis? Let me see. Where did he post this comment? Hold on for a second. Okay.
It was interesting that the flames were channeled in the one direction, like towards the rider, where the rider would be.
Yeah, they were coming out those channels.
Yeah, so that's
just a steel box open.
Yeah, so if you look where Sean was standing, I asked him afterwards, weren't you scared of standing there? And he's like, because it's like channels, he knew where the flame was going to go. So he kind of had a lot of confidence that it wouldn't reach him. Lee Davis, thanks for the $5, man. It helps a lot. He says, thanks for discussing the issues other YouTubers don't. That's what I don't understand. I'm kind of disappointed because I really looked up to a lot of these guys to cover this because they're big YouTubers and they're really good. Like a lot of them know stuff like more than me. And I learned from a lot of them, you know what I mean? And maybe they're just preparing the video. I don't know. I'll just give them a benefit of a doubt for now.
Yeah, some of them might be staying away from the topic too.
No, I know that.
Thanks for the conversation, guys. Really good.
Yeah, Skip Moto.
I'm gonna keep listening, but thanks.
Take care.
For the long
Take care.
Have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping.
Take care, man.
It's interesting
Take care,
stuff.
man.
Well, hey guys, I think I'm gonna cut out too because it's getting past my bedtime.
Hey, thanks, man. You've added a lot to this convo.
I hope so. Have me back again. You know, I don't get any notifications when you guys have these live venues, and I do like to join in and chit chat. So it's been awesome. I'll try to catch you on the next one.
I try to do it every Friday or Saturday. So we'll see. What happens. So far, it's been going okay, right, Sensei?
Dude, yeah, it's good stuff, man. I enjoy myself.
Have you been able to get Marty back in here in a conversation?
I never asked him, so I'll have to see.
Man, he's the man.
I'm nervous of asking big YouTubers, so I'll have to ask him.
Marty's just another guy like everybody else. You know, Marty's a real nice guy. I chit chat to him through the comments quite a bit in the YouTube. Okay. And the one thing about Marty is he always responds, even for the littlest of comment. He's such a great guy. All right. You know, he's a really nice guy. Okay. Well, you guys have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Great chit chat with you.
It was really great.
Write it like you hate it, Sensei.
Always write it like you hate it, bro.
That's awesome. I like taglines. I'm not good at making taglines though, but that was a good tagline. Write it like you hate it.
Dude, I got it printed on a shirt, man.
I know. Write it like you hate it, man. And I did hate it that day with the Kingsong. I hated it. I loved it so much. I hated it.
Another thing, so I don't care where the wheels are made. You know what I mean? I can care less, just as long as they're putting out the best product they can put out. You know what I mean? And
I agree with that. I mean, look, I when I learned about EUCs, I didn't even know where they were made.
Nah, dude,
because that just shows you how much I cared. But I just saw a guy, I was about to go to bed, and it's one of those times where you're trying to find stuff on YouTube to watch, but you just can't find anything. And I think it was YouTube recommended I watched that. It's one of those push recommendations. Mm-hmm. And I saw this guy, there's just music, no talking. And he was on this V5F. And it was a white V5F. And he was just going through the woods on this thing. I'm like, what is that? So, and I've seen a lot of future tech and stuff like that, but I never saw this. And dude, I couldn't go to sleep. And that's how I got into this, you know? So I didn't once ask, where is it made? I just wanted to know how to get it.
Yeah, dude, that's how I think I mention this every time I'm on a stream. The first time I saw, I didn't know what the heck it was. It was like on 36th Street or 37th Street and 8th Avenue. I didn't know who it was at the time. Now I know it was Nate from Grander Life.
Oh, really? And he was speeding?
No, he was what he was just like had 1 foot mounted on the wheel.
1 foot hanging out.
Take off on the thing. I was like, man, I would never ride that thing. And I ended up getting one. And then a few years later, I saw Chooch's video. And then I was just like, I got to get one of these things. Yeah.
Hey, Skip Moto, are you coming back on, or should I let you go? Okay, all right. Because he's still there. I was just curious. Yeah. So Jose A said, Kingsong, they renamed the wheel real quick. That was fast.
It was fast.
That was a quick response. That was a quick thing right there, man. Let me see if I could. Okay, there you go. So let's see. Maybe you didn't know how to leave. This one says, still only a worst case of one. Could also be a black swan. Damn, there needs to be a lot of testing. Yes. Yeah, there needs to be a lot of testing.
That's the main thing, is just the testing. But even getting back to what people were talking about, I think CJ had brought it up, like they have different categories of wheels and things like, for racing and stuff like that. Well, pretty much they have that already.
That's what, though, I think I may have misunderstood him, because in the way I'm looking at it, we do have it.
We have it already.
We have it. We have everything you could possibly want.
We have every category of wheel. But I tell you, one thing was cool, where EUCU, that's where I got my upgrades for my Tesla V2, the pedal hangers. I got the hard shell for the RS. EUCU, he makes the upgrade parts, but he has a YouTube channel called Delight Devices. Dude, he had a 100-volt Tesla.
100-volt Tesla.
100-volt Tesla.
What did he do? Did he take a 100-volt board and put it?
I believe he put a Nikola board in that thing.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. He made a ACM, I think it was an ACM 5, 100-volt.
That makes sense. He took the board. But what about the motor, though? I spoke to David, and he said in order to do that, the motor needs to be, or the battery needs to be rated for 100-volt, and the motor, I believe, needs to be rated as well. I don't know.
Yeah, they go in and they change the stuff around, but I'm like, dude, that would make a wicked race wheel, man.
So maybe you could have told that to ICJ. Hey, listen, people are doing this right now. Like,
they're doing it.
ICJ, if you're listening, people are actually doing this. They're taking parts from this wheel and that wheel. I wanted to do that to my Tesla. I wanted to take the 84-volt motor and put it on the Tesla, because I like the form factor of the Tesla. I just don't like that small tire. You know what I mean? That small wheel. So I saw someone in Europe do it. I don't know where in Europe. I'll have to go through my archives and find out. But they did it. This guy took a motor that was from the 84-volt and put it on the Tesla. He had to cut a hole in the front shell so that it makes room, for the wheel to come out. And it looked beast. Like he had a knobby tire, dude. Like, it was crazy.
I put a 2.5 all-terrain tire on my Tesla, and it made a huge difference. And I only had to do, I had to put a 10-millimeter lift on it, and then as far as putting a wider tire on it, I just had to modify the plastics around it. I just filed it down a little bit, and it fit. You really don't have to do it. I just did it for extra room, just in case something comes up in there.
Yeah, it was a project I was going to work on. It's still under a desk. I got to get back to it, man. I want to get it done. I want to get something done. I always start stuff and never finish. I want to get that done.
Yeah, you got to do that.
The fat man says all smartphones throttle down the performance and allow more performance on benchmarking our apps. Really? That's interesting. So they trick you. Oh, the fat man.
They do make
Kingsong makes scooters. Yeah, they do, because if you watch the video, they make scooters. I think a lot of these EUC, even Galway makes scooters.
Oh yeah. So I mean, they sell probably more scooters than anything else. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's probably why they didn't even care about us like that. They're like, dude, listen, you guys are just on the side, you know what I'm saying? We're just trying to satisfy. I don't know. But the fuss says it's where they owned up to the whole situation. They were very upfront with the fire. It's not like they needed to change the name. I don't know. name. I don't know. It all sounds funky, but who cares? Good thing the fire happened. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's like if you're owning up to it,
Yeah, dude, it's
or if it looks like you're owning up to it, why change the name?
I would have just left it the same. Me personally.
That's a huge deal to change the name. It almost reeks as if you're trying to run away from something. You know what I mean? Like
Well, I
not
think
trying to
they
associate
probably,
yourself with it.
right. I think they're trying. They don't want that the S20 name to be associated as known as just a fireball. So,
Yeah,
but
because
people are going to buy the wheel anyway. Most people are going to buy it. Some people might not, but I think the majority of people. Jose,
who's
What's
Jose?
up, fellas?
what's up, man?
Good
What's
evening.
going on, Jose?
Not much. I'm over here listening. I'm using my cell phone. I don't know if that's gonna get in the way.
No,
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm good, man.
Yeah. So earlier, if you don't mind me dialing it back a little bit about the high torque
Mhm.
and the high speed, I feel like the high torque, it accelerates faster and it brakes a lot harder because my MCM5 V2 runs circles around the Tesla as far as taking off and braking.
No, that makes sense. That makes
Yeah.
sense. The MCM is a ridiculous wheel.
I was gonna return it because and to matter of fact, I'm sorry. I put a deposit for a V12, and now the delay, and I said, you know what? Let me just get the little monster people talk about, and that wheel's it's pretty. I think it's a really good wheel because what people don't mention is that it's portable. I cannot
Very,
carry
portable.
my Tesla around in my hand, like if I go on a train or something. Or
If you got the T3, you got the T3 too, so it's added weight to it because of the bigger battery.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You got a 1500 watt.
Yeah.
You know, the thing with the high speed, like I said, where I noticed the difference is when I always say we went to the rally, and when we did the flat track, the open track, where the torque would take off, you would see the high speed wheel just run it down.
Really?
Yeah, it would run it down because you're if you're on a flat straightaway, you're going to run out of steam. And
yeah,
you're gonna run out of gas. Now, if you're on a twisty turny track, the torque, you might not be able to hit that top speed, so you can outrun them on a turning track, depending on the rider. Of course, it comes down to rider skill. But yeah, man, every wheel has its purpose. But
I call the MCM a mini Tesla.
Yeah, dude, that thing is so badass.
Dude, even it catches people off guard. Even the M10-3, that little thing is a pock, dude. That thing is quick.
No, the M10-3 is nice too, but I wouldn't recommend an M10-3 to anyone, to be honest.
Well, the thing about, I'll tell you this though, the M10-3 will make you a better technical rider because it's so jittery. Like the things you can do on a big wheel.
But it's 3-inch though. It's 3-inch width.
Yeah, it's a 10-inch, 10x3. And you can't get like the stuff you can get away with on a big wheel, you can't get away with on that thing. It makes you pay attention. But if you need something to get you from, like last 5 miles and you need to put something, you can put that thing in your backpack.
That's true.
And pull it out.
Ultra portable. You're right.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I think
So Jose,
I think hit 30 miles an hour.
She's so light. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I felt the other day trying to push it. I forgot to mention this. What I've noticed that it's easier to push the wheel or either on soft mode, on soft mode or medium mode to the limit, because when you guys were talking that you could feel a dip and you could save it, that is true.
Because soft mode makes it rock more. So it makes it feel, I like the way Law put it, it makes it feel like it's weaker than it actually is. So when you lean forward, which you shouldn't on soft mode, when you lean real hard in soft mode, it will act as if it's a lot weaker than it really is. So the motor starts to dip. So you're thinking the motor has no power. No, that's just the mode it's in.
Guys, I'm laughing because you're absolutely right. When I got back in 2015, when I got my MCM4, I didn't know the difference, so I tried to take off on soft mode hard, and I fell right on my face.
Yeah,
Right.
Because it doesn't react. Yeah,
It doesn't react. Yeah, it doesn't react.
You
I
guys
know
can tell
when
I learned by falling.
for stride, I was always riding. Like when you told me on the RS, I was riding in medium mode. You said no, put it in hard. I put it in
Yes.
hard mode, and it just opened up the wheel, man.
If you want true performance, look, you can get performance in medium mode too. But the thing is, you'll have to experience what true performance is first before you can dial it back. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get it. I get it. You know what I love about medium mode? I don't have clock pads that when I hit the brakes hard, I lean all the way back like this. And it's like roller skating. You know how to roller skate? You kind of go like this, like smooth. But hard mode is very abrupt. It just takes off.
It's very abrupt. Exactly. Yeah.
And you don't get all that movement, especially at high speeds. You don't get all that movement in your pedals, man.
No,
Yeah.
It's sturdy.
no.
So
Sorry.
Oh, U-Stride. Another thing. I seen your videos when you were putting the seat on the Tesla.
oh yeah.
I was like, he's just like me. He's always trying to look for like inventing something.
Yeah, always.
Believe it or not, guys, back in 2015, I go
Been
back
around
and
a
forth
while,
with
dude.
Jane Mo sometimes. And I told her, I actually have a screenshot. Put a suspension on the wheel. This is when I had my MCM5. I did something kind of crazy, like put a spring on the pedal so when you hit bumps. And look now. So it reminds me of
dude.
U-Stride. He's always thinking.
One step ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I try stuff, man.
It's
That's
good
all I
though.
do.
Remember U-Stride, you were taking the battery clip and to be like, if you could snap the seat back in like that, I'm like, that would be cool.
The battery. Oh yeah, the battery clip. Yeah.
You were at Home Depot.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to be creative to make other people who know how to do stuff do it.
Yeah, and the other guy was ICJ. He had good points too.
Yeah.
I think these manufacturers should give the riders the option. Okay, give the options if you want. Like a custom, not custom, but if you want like a high speed, like they should sell it out the factory like that.
What do you mean?
People
Well, what do
options.
you mean? No, wait. What? Because see, the thing is, I think a lot of what you're saying and he's saying already exists. So what do you mean? Explain.
So for example, I'm gonna use like a car analogy because I'm a car freak. Honda sells a Honda Accord. Okay, different trim levels. That's what I mean.
Well, they are that exists already.
What?
Yeah.
What, the high torque and the high speed? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suspension.
No.
Yeah.
So with the trim, that would be the C38 versus the C30, for example.
Yeah.
It's the same wheel, just different. One is faster, one has more torque.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It like I said, we pretty much have everything. You got wheels that are good for off road, wheels that are good for street.
Wheels that are good for racing.
Like
for example, if
long range.
The MSP, I mentioned the MSP because I don't know. The MSP, for example, and Gotway is known for that. They usually release 2 versions of their stuff. So you have the Gotway MSP torque goes up to, they say 35 miles an hour, but you can push it to 40.
That's cruising speed, they say 35.
Cruising speed, exactly. So, and then you have the MSP high speed, which can do 48. But the thing is, you cannot expect the high speed to have the same torque as that torque MSP. You'll cut out on that high speed MSP.
Yeah.
So now if you go into a race and you're going to ask yourself, wait a minute, do I need quicker acceleration off the corner, off the line, or do I need top speed? You see what I'm saying? So now you got to choose between these 2 wheels because they're very different wheels.
I think in New York, the high torque, well, my riding style will benefit me more, like stop and go real quick. I don't like the high speed cruise and stuff. It's cool, but I like hitting brakes hard, getting a wobble here and there.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. It's like it's a matter of how you ride too. So, for example, with my high speed, I like that speed, but I just don't like the lack of torque. So what I did was I put back the pedals back like 2 2.5 to 3 degrees backwards. All right. And then I put it in hard mode because I know in hard mode I'm going to get the maximum that it can give. But I still wouldn't floor it like the way I do a torque, because when I did that, I blew a capacitor because it's not designed for that.
Yeah,
but I would, I would definitely hit it. But I just keep that in mind, you know what I'm saying? But you'd get that high speed, which is what you need, you know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
With the torque, you just beat that thing up like crazy. You just know you're gonna hit a wall at 40 miles an hour.
Sensei, your wheel that you let me ride,
The RS?
yeah, was it high? That was high speed, right?
That's the high speed. Yeah.
That thing felt so smooth, man.
Yeah, dude, I tell people that RS is one of the best buys out there right now, man.
Probably, yeah, most likely coming from you, absolutely.
Good. It's a good wheel. It's like I said, now they pretty much worked out all the kinks out the wheel. You know, if you get it from E-Wheels, you get the upgraded safety of the battery packs. You know, and
see, that's what I'm worried about with the Master now. See, we're gonna start closing down, guys. But you have the Master has a similar battery setup.
It does.
See, I have no concerns about performance with the Master because it's a Gotway. I just have no concern about that. But it has the same battery setup as
US-20.
Okay, so it looks like it's pressed in, and the EX20S is similar too. If you think about it,
it's the same
the
battery facing that
setup,
square rectangle.
Yeah. So now, are we introducing a new problem when I feel like maybe they were on the verge of fixing problems and now they've introduced a whole new problem that they're not used to because we've never had wheels like with that casing before?
Right. It might take a few tries to get it right. Me personally, I like the Master. Don't get me wrong. I like it. I said that would probably be my next wheel, but I will say this. If they drop I can't see them keeping it makes no sense to keep the price of the Hero where it is. If they drop the price of the Hero, I would get a Hero.
Yeah.
For me, you know, I don't ride mega miles. You know, my rides are like 20 miles, 15, 20 miles. That'd be perfect for me. And then this gives me that edge to ride in the street just to take some of the shock off, hitting the bumps and stuff like that. I would get a Hero if they lowered the price.
Yeah.
Because I like the battery setup actually on a Hero more so than a Master.
Right.
Wow. Aren't they, guys, isn't Gotway going to start using LiPo batteries from what I read on the E-Wheels page?
Well, they have the Litec.
Yeah,
because
And the thing with the Hero,
the Master will be
the good thing about the Hero is nothing. You have the torque version and high speed. It's nothing but the darn RS with suspension on it, and it's taller.
Okay.
So you're getting a good motor.
Yeah, the Hero is a great wheel, to be honest. I like Real Talk used to say, it's not that the Hero is a bad wheel, it's just, and the Hero has the same battery. See, now I'm looking at these wheels a little differently now. These new wheels, the Hero has the same setup, doesn't it?
Oh, like the battery pack on the side, like
yeah.
See,
EUCs. We just read something about EUC service saying, unless these manufacturers do.
Well, it doesn't have those sharp corners like the EX20 or the S20 or the Master. I mean, they're shaped like almost like rectangles.
Yeah, but the point is, it's like they're all going, and that's CJ's point. That's another point that CJ made. Instead of innovating, they all just copy each other, and that.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because it's only an 1,800 watt-hour battery in a Hero, though.
Wow. But I'm not concerned about that. It's the battery casing. They're all the same now.
No, I know exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. We need to see a video where they take those pads off.
I don't know. That's interesting. Because you see, before, you still have big balls of fire if there were fire at all. But this one, you have a shooting flame of fire, like a flamethrower. That's
It's
I
the
don't know,
it's the
man.
casing. It's the case that it's in.
Yeah, it's a good wheel. It's just the price that's the issue. It's too high.
It's the price, man. They need.
It's a used Honda Civic.
Yeah, it's the price. They need to. They would move a lot more to units if they need to drop that thing down to about $2,600. Like I said, it's basically an RS with suspension.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Charge
see.
an extra $300 or $400 for the suspension.
Benz parts, like they took parts from the
Yeah.
bin and
Oh,
just
that's
made
what-
a new wheel.
Oh, that's what they do, man. If the part works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This
Don't fix it.
something else. man.
I definitely like the Master and the Hero body design a lot better. I feel like it's a lot smoother than the S20. Even though I like the S20, I'm just saying everything just looks more compact. There's not a lot of stuff sticking out. You know what I mean? It looks more refined than the S20. The S20 is a beautiful wheel. I'm not saying it's not. It's just
Flashy, beautiful.
It's more delicate though.
yeah, it's definitely more flashy and definitely more delicate. Yeah. I mean, just look at the bumper of the
Sexy wheel,
Hero.
dude.
The bumper of the Hero is all fused into the wheel itself. It's not hanging out. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
this is the bumper right here. This whole thing is the mud guard. I'm sorry, the stand and the mud guard. This whole thing, it's one piece. You know, whereas
He might take it apart and show the batteries. Maybe let's see.
Hey,
well,
hey, Sensei, when you're ready to get a new wheel, I'll take that RS from you.
I do that. I think I'm gonna be buried with that thing.
oh man. So guys, I just this was just a live to highlight what happened because like I said, no one's talking about it. I expected the bigger guys would at least talk about it because
That's
but they're not. So I tried to cover as much as I could, and every now and then in the lives we detour, and that's fine. That's part of the whole point. But at least it's covered. At least we crashed it. At least we burnt it. At least they responded. They changed the name, even though we're not totally satisfied with their testing results. They did something, so let's give them that, right?
Yeah, at least they addressed it, and
By
let's
the way,
just give them the benefit of the doubt and see what happens. That's it.
Yeah.
Hey, you stride.
What's up?
Kudos to you and great props to you. You fell technically.
Technically,
You know how to fall. I know how to fall too. You know what they say, man? Even monkeys fall off trees, man. So you ride one of them, you're gonna fall one day.
I know you're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. Yeah.
That's my fault.
No, I mean, besides, I've fallen many times before, but this one, that fire was just too much, dude. That was shocking. That was very shocking. Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna.
you're okay. Yeah.
Praise, yeah. What I'm gonna do is go through the comments, and that's how we'll end the night. If that's okay with you guys, unless you have something
Sure,
to add because
absolutely.
of unless you have something to add because of the comments. Let's see. The fuzz says it's weird they owned up. Oh, we already read that. All right. Let me pause the Alien Rides for a second. Emotion is doing scooter now. Probably because their performance EUCs are fails.
Some people go hard.
I love comments, man. I'm telling you, I love comments. Jose, that's you. Whatever happened to Solo Wheel? Anyone remember?
I
about that
remember.
brand?
Yeah, I remember.
That was the first time I saw electric unicycle on the internet. Solo wheel.
Dude, honestly, Solo Wheel. Where is Solo Wheel made?
California.
It was made. I believe it was made in the United States. So
What?
Mm-hmm.
It was made here?
you can. I believe you can look that video up right on YouTube and they give you. Yeah.
Still there.
I gotta look this up. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
It gets the
Solo Wheel-
liabilities of
wow.
having
That's why I was trying to say I don't understand why they can't make one here. Again,
No, it's not that they can't. There's something called
the
regulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The fuss. You guys are being ridiculous. Leon Nugent. If lithium is not short and there's no spark, it only releases gases. That's right. And if there's no short, it releases gases. There's nothing to spark.
But their gases need somewhere to go, though.
They need somewhere to go, yeah. But I'm sure there's somewhere to go. But dude, if you have a puncture or an arc or a spark or whatever they call it, plus gas, come on, dude, you're asking for trouble. The fuss Gotway, but yes, you definitely need somewhere for the gas to go. Gotway apparently took Kingsong's idea. Then the master came out. Yes, 100%, 100%. But who cares? It looks great. I just, like EUC service says, the way the battery's set up is concerning, especially because of that fire. That fire proved a lot of things, man. You know?
Yeah.
So Bluetooth speakers are to Kingsong. Yeah, we're mid. The other day I went out and I needed to charge my when I was in New York, I needed to charge my camera because it was dying. And I had to wait for headquarters to open because there's a place called Bubble Tea. We had to go there and I had to wait for them to open up to charge my camera. If I had USB on my EXN, I would have charged that thing a long time ago. And
Yeah,
you know,
true.
basic things, simple things, man. Like you said earlier, Sensei.
Simple, man.
Claudio says S20 is going to be so awesome when it comes out. I agree.
I believe
Once
it.
yeah, dude, it's a great wheel. I said nothing crazy
Not
about
a
it.
bad wheel, man.
It's not a bad wheel.
Not bad at all. It's just minor things need to be tweaked.
That's right. EUC with Lucifer, LOL, in motion fanboy. The fuss, lots of fuss, okay. Lots of fuss going around, but it's still amazing. People absolutely love this. I think that's what happened. People love the wheel so freaking much. And people had their deposits, people sold their wheels. Who knows what people had to do to get money to pay for this thing. And then this happened. Dude, do you think they want to see that right now?
Dude, that was like getting punched in the gut. You know? Like getting gut punched and you didn't see it coming, man.
Do you think people want to see that right now, dude? That is not something people want to even... I don't think that was even something on people's minds. And that's what's amazing about Kingsong's history. That wasn't even on their minds.
Big surprise.
Dude, that's like being a huge football fan and your team goes to the Super Bowl and loses, man.
Well, they go to the Super Bowl and they were expected to win.
Yeah.
By all margins,
dude.
You know?
And they lose.
And they lose badly. They don't just lose, they lose badly.
Hey, guys, you know what you guys made me laugh, right? Marty was actually on.
When was he on?
He came on twice.
Came on where?
Yeah, on here, on the chat.
We always get
in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, well, he was like, he's like, guys, you know I can hear you.
Oh,
you guys were talking about.
Well, if he wants to join, there's the link. But I mean, you know, we'll give extra time for Marty. But let's see. So he said in the review, the reviews are in. This is a lot of people's favorite. That's what it is. And I think that's what the silence was about, because I couldn't understand it. Because when Gotway gets a fire, the whole world blows up.
Yeah, they go crazy.
But Kingsong gets one major fire, the best fire of all. I mean, it deserves some highlight. This is like, it takes the cake. Like, what? Gotway? Kingsong literally said, in 2022, hold my beer.
Yeah, dude, that was a bad one. It was like the grand finale at the fireworks.
What?
Yeah.
Dude. And the worst part, the funniest part is it started up, it went crazy, calmed down, and said, no, I got next. Boom, again.
Yeah, dude, I was looking, I was like, what? Yeah.
I think when I was there and I was watching Sean's face, I think, in my opinion, he was so shocked, right, that the fire didn't faze him. I think that's what happened.
Hey, you better take it down a few notches. You're gonna get blamed. He was like, no, I bet you he's a Gotway fanboy. He put water he must have did something to it.
What? Dude, wait. First of all, when he brought the wheel, he was there the whole time. I wasn't left alone with the wheel.
Can you imagine?
I was never left alone with the wheel, and I didn't intend to be left
Okay.
alone with the
I'm
wheel.
glad we got that out there, okay? Because I'm a
I
Godwin
no,
fanboy too.
I gotta put it out there. I gotta put it out there. And the moment I got on the wheel, he was recording. So the moment, and I had no water bottles in my hand. I don't think a spit can do that damage. If a spit can do that damage, then damn, you got more problems to worry
That
about.
was hilarious. I got 3 all my wheels were Godways.
So I don't know. I had nothing to do with that. All I did was ride the wheel. Skips Moto says V11 has majority unsprung weight. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
I don't understand that one. I don't know if he's talking about the way the
Let me
suspension
see
is
the
set up. I mean, it's almost like
It's like the
Puzzle stick.
way that the shock absorber absorbs the shock and then it pushes back up.
almost like
okay.
puzzle
Like unsprung, like the way you're
Exactly.
carrying.
Right. So one thing I noticed is that wrong way when he opened up the wheel, remember Sensei? And then you saw the 2 bushings. So when I pushed down on the wheel, Sean was explaining to me that part of the reason they did that is to help with the dampening. He didn't use those terms. I use those terms, but I think that's what he meant. Because when you push it down, it doesn't come up like a pogo stick. It doesn't just go through the tube with 0 resistance. You know what I mean? So it
that
comes
was
up.
happening with people on the V11. They would have the pressure too high.
Yeah,
and
it just shoot right up.
Yeah,
just shoot right up. So that's what these bushings help with. Johnny Sean says battery swap would be awesome. Carry extra in. Because what if you fall and then you fall on those battery packs? So I don't know.
Or even if you have an extra pack and you're on a long ride and you can come back to your car, just like the e-bikes, how you could take the pack out, or like the RC cars, how you can take the pack out and stick another one in and continue your ride or something.
I don't know. I feel like that's defeating the purpose because you're carrying batteries are not light, dude. I mean, what do you guys think? The batteries are heavy. So that's kind of eating away at, your range anyway.
You know what I noticed? This was me. When I took my Tesla apart, and I always hear people, batteries do carry weight. I'm not saying they don't. But the heaviest part of that darn Tesla
is the motor.
Was the motor, bro.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I picked it. I was like, wait a second.
That's true.
The motor, and I'm like, the motor outweighs the batteries, man.
Nah, you're right. You're right. That's true. Those motorcycle backpacks we used to see those EUC guys with. It's like a hard plastic motorcycle.
Alien Rides has.
Exactly. So imagine that being where you store your battery. It would be like that, not a soft backpack. It would have to be a backpack like that can take impact.
That makes sense.
K. Rule Clang says, wrong way. I had to say it slow.
I'm laughing at bunny slippers. I'm sorry.
Oh, really? What do you say?
You'll see it. It's funny.
All right. It says, wrong way already released an upgrade for S20. One of them is the rear suspension geometry. Yeah, well, the suspension didn't blow up. It's the battery. So, Jose, love lights on the EUC. Look, a lot of people complain about the lights on the EUC, but you can turn it off. If you don't want it, just turn it off.
Yeah.
Godwin Nicola is my favorite looking wheel. The Godwin Nicola has has a lot of things going for it. If you want to add a seat, you can. If you want crazy torque, just get the 100 volt. It has crazy range because it's a 16-inch tire. It has great stability because it's a 3-inch tire, 3-inch wide. So it's just robust. The only thing I hate, and absolutely, it has USB. Okay. It has a brake light. Holy smokes. It has LED lights if you need those beautiful lights. The one thing I absolutely hate about the
Roomba,
the Nicola, well, that too, it's round. But the one thing I hate about it is when you turn it off, that thing is clumsy. Like it's weird and awkward. It's awkward to carry around. It's very awkward because the handle is like this. You have to hold it like this.
Oh, I got
it's so wide.
I
know,
got
and when you hold it like on one end, you have to lean your body all the way to the other side because you can't really hold it with one hand.
right. I
You
can't
know,
go behind the neck, man.
that's the only thing. Everything else, this wheel is the bomb, dude. Is the
Dude,
bomb.
I would love to see what they do to like a completely polished version of the neck. See what they do to that thing, man. It's an amazing.
I know. This is the only wheel that they didn't have an update for, right? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I think still sells like hotcakes, man.
Yeah. After the S20 upgrade adjustment, he pretty much happy with the handling. I didn't experience, personally speaking, I didn't experience anything with. So what surprised me was a few things with the wheel, the pads. A lot of people complain about the pads. I like the pads. A lot of people complain about the top heaviness. I didn't experience the top heaviness. A lot of people complain about the knobby tire being too knobby that you can't maneuver. As you saw in the video, maneuvering was not a problem. Right. The size of the wheel. So on a lot of videos and pictures, it looked like a big, massive, wide wheel. I did not experience that. Everything was so shocking to me. When I saw the dimensions, I told Sean, I'm like, this is crazy. This wheel is looking smaller
Dude,
than I had intended in my head.
I could be wrong, Stride, but I don't even think that's a 3-inch tire. I think it's a 2.7.
You see, so everything,
2.7 tire.
The wheel totally shocked me, which is why it was so easy for me to get used to it so quickly, because I expected a big wheel. Like I expected a big wheel. I mean, wide, tall, like it is tall, but it's not so tall. There was a picture of it right next to my EXN. It's not that much more taller than my EXN. Remember, the suspension is the reason this thing is kind of high like that. The moment you get on it, it goes right down. You know what I mean? So it was a beautiful wheel. Like it was actually a good wheel. So I feel like sometimes in the review, and I'll keep saying this because I have nothing to lose. I feel like sometimes if one person says something, depending on how much weight that person has in the review space, it gets propagated throughout.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the backwards thing. Wrong Way wasn't the first one to say that. Did you know that?
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah, so he wasn't the first one to say that. The knobby tire. We all know that knobby tires are pretty hard to maneuver. But when you looked at the, what's his name? E-Rides and EUC upgrades, I know that EUC upgrades is better at maneuvering than AFIs because, you know, one is more aggressive than the other. So when they both agreed that it was not great for maneuvering, that's when I was like, okay, maybe it's not great for maneuvering. So review is it's a very tricky thing, because if you're reviewing it and you're weigh 180 pounds and you ride all the time and you have the chance to ride all kinds of wheels in all kinds of conditions, that's very different than someone who's sitting on their couch watching it for the first time, or having a V8 or a lesser wheel. It's very different. It's a tricky thing, I think.
Well, the things that I noticed about the wheel, I said S20 it's a pretty quick wheel once it gets going. It's fairly nimble. I didn't really have a problem with the tire. Now, my thing was definitely, I knew there was some problem getting the wheel going. Like if you pushed on it hard enough, that thing was going to have some issues.
That part is true. That part is is 100% true.
It's comfortable.
Okay.
It's a comfortable.
It feels like a Cadillac. It's very comfortable,
smooth ride.
Yeah.
I did have problems with the build. I said it's brittle. That's a fact.
I agree with that. But in my review, it's very specific to say. Sorry to interrupt you, but I feel like I should, because I feel like the quality is perfect for someone who's not beating wheels.
If you beat it, it's not gonna last.
If you're not a wheel beater,
you'll be all right.
You'll be all right. But if you're like someone who abuses wheels, that wheel is gonna, dude. The whole. Go ahead. That's fine. The whole.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, the whole front where the bumper is. So you didn't know this, but the bumper is plastic, and behind the plastic is aluminum. And that part sheared off.
Yes.
The moment he came to me, Sean was coming to me with the wheel. I was looking for the front. All I saw was a big hole Like the whole top of the mouth was gone. And when I looked, I'm like, wait, the bumper is not gone. The bumper and whatever was holding the bumper was completely sheared off. Like it just sheared. And he said this thing crashed and it cracked the aluminum at 25 to 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
25 to 30 miles an hour, dude. And you call this a high performance wheel? Dude, we ride at like 40 plus. Remember, David Jensen will not even consider you if you're gonna ride in a high performance way with him. Like if you don't ride the Cutout tunnel, remember the Cutout tunnel, 40 miles an hour?
Yeah, they fly, man. They fly.
So if that thing can't handle a crash at 40 plus miles an hour, you're gonna need a whole new wheel.
Yeah, that's just facts.
Can you imagine buying parts for that?
Imagine buying parts for that. You know what I'm saying? So
that's just facts.
It's facts, man. I'm sorry. There's a lot of facts. You know what I'm saying?
It's wide too. Like I said, I think if you're taller, you'll be okay. If you're,
I didn't experience that. I
felt it was wide. I felt it was wide.
Wow.
Yeah. I think if you're a shorter rider, you might even feel it more. You might be riding a little bow-legged.
Oh, okay.
I think taller riders, it might lessen it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little tall, I think. Ron Nadu. Have you ridden it at all, Mr. Jose?
Which one? What wheel?
The S20?
No, not at all. I missed out on that.
Higher voltage allows for lower amperage current for the same motor power. P equals IE. That's true. Higher voltage is low. But so how is Gotway getting all of that power then? I think Kingsong just doesn't have the experience. That's all. It's that simple. Remember, before Gotway got into 100 volts, like EUC Service said, they had issues with 100 volts, dude. But they ironed it out over time with user feedback, et cetera, et cetera. It took them time to iron it out until the 100 volt MSX was the reigning champ for a long, long time. Long time.
I wanted that one, yeah.
The 100 volt MSX, dude, what? That was a crazy wheel, dude. And still is, if you think about it. EUC with Lucifer, if no LEDs, at least give us USB so we can add our own LED.
Yeah.
That's true.
I know, right? They just don't want you with LEDs at all. Jose says, lights are important for night riding. Rider is more visible. That's it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was the point of EUCs. We like the stealth look, of course. There's nothing wrong with that. But let us choose that.
Or you could turn it off.
Just turn it off, you know? Let us just choose that. This was in response to what CJ said earlier. German unicycle would be like 10 G's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, 100%. Googly eyes. And he actually has a Google.
That's an epic name, dude.
Yeah, but look, he actually has a googly eyes icon or picture. It says YouTube riders have different priorities to the average commuter. YouTube riders. Okay. Let me read this. I gotta read this. YouTube riders. So are YouTube riders not real riders? YouTube riders have different priorities than average commuter. Nothing wrong with that. Love the exciting videos, but everyday rider want mobility, compact. I agree, 100%. I agree with that. Compactness, range, safety, torque, good lights, 100%. Because if you're a commuter, these are all the important things to you, especially being compact.
That's when you rock a 16X or a Tesla.
But that's what we were trying to say to CJ. Everything he wants exists. We've gotten to the point now where you have so many options, dude. Like, you shouldn't. I mean, there are many options right now. Like that EX20S looks like a motorcycle.
Yeah, dude, it does.
It's all aluminum. Ron says Tesla now owns BMS. What? Tesla now owns BMS. I'll go with American engineering. Oh, Tesla. He means Tesla, not Tesla.
Elon Musk.
Yeah. Ed Kiyosada. Japanese EUC would be better. I agree with that 100%. Holy smokes. Could you imagine the Japanese making an EUC? Oh my gosh. That's going to look the most. Actually, that KS20 could have been from Japan. Could have been. Didn't EVX and other people say it looks anime, like it's from anime, like it got its idea and cues from anime? Yeah, that looks like an anime wheel. If a mech warrior could write an EUC, that's exactly what they would write.
Dude, I'm surprised Japan didn't make an EUC. I mean,
I
they're
think,
known for their electronics.
Isn't it illegal to ride a skateboard in Japan?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, they have a lot of rules.
I used to be a skate rat back in the day.
Yeah. Ron, Tesla now owns BMW is what he means. Really?
Oh.
Is that true?
I don't know. I'm a BMW fanboy. I haven't heard that yet.
I haven't heard that either. Let me look it up. I'm looking it up right now. I am too.
Really?
Not that I care. I mean, that'd be cool. Tesla owns BMW. Google. Is Tesla the new? No. Don't us have no? Okay. How about this? Does Tesla own? Unless they did that tonight and it's not updated yet in the news. BMW CEO takes another dig at Tesla. Says it's not okay. Says it's not quite premium. No, I don't. That's not true. No,
maybe they're working together, but not owning.
Yeah.
I know Tesla's the most valuable car company in the world right now.
He's kicking it, man.
Give me the link if you can find it. Google Eyes. I would pay more money for something that's independently tested to international standards. Jose said it's true. Is that you talking, Jose? Is that who is that?
Yeah, we're a little bit behind in the comment. Yeah, it's Jose.
Sensei.
What's that, brother?
Leon says, if you want the West to build EUC, that boat has long sailed off. All parts now are made in China. The whole chain of parts. No Western companies can start up and fund all those parts. That's true. No, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why Sensei Vegan was saying, like, listen, I don't care where these wheels come from. Right now we get it at affordable prices for China. I mean, honestly, dude, I don't want to open up that Pandora's box right now because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, where could it lead? Because now you have expensive EUCs in the West, and then China would find a reason to up their price. Because now, let's say it's 10 Gs for an MSX or MSX like competitor, and people are buying it. China would now up their MSX price to like double what it is now, just to justify the existence.
I mean, I think it's getting to a point now where they're going to have to start dialing back the prices, man. It's not like I said, that there's not much that goes into making these darn things. I mean, the development, but I'm talking about there's no parts in these things, really.
Just the battery's the most expensive thing.
They've gotten so crazy to the point where they're like, let's just give them the bare minimum: the battery, motor, and no control board. That's it.
And sometimes lights.
That's it, man.
Because if you think even the master, the body is foam. It's not body. It's the power pads, but it's foam. The bottom part is plastic, and then the seat is rubber or whatever.
Yeah, you got a foam on a metal skeleton, man. Like it's built like a darn motorcycle.
Lexus LF. Yeah, that's it.
Frame, motor, some fairings.
Lexus LFA was part engineered by Yamaha. Was it engineered by Yamaha?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
true.
I thought Yamaha. Oh,
dude, that was one of the best sounding cars ever.
Sell it here in the US. That's true. The losses will be through the roof, 100%. The first fall. Forget the fall. The first the first dip. Soon.
Dude, I would just make people, you buy it, you sign a waiver, you get hurt, you're on your own. That's it, man.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. in the US, even if
Yeah,
you sign a waiver, you still have rights.
yeah. Even if a rider falls and the EUC hits somebody else, they'll sue you and then they'll sue the company.
Yeah.
There's hungry lawyers out there. I mean, that's their job, but
That's
some
why,
of them.
dude. I riding around people.
Yeah.
I just take my effing time, dude.
Leon says also the patents are owned by Bigote. That's true. I heard about that. I heard the patents are owned by Bigote. Yeah, go Bigote. Meaning they would sue
Fanboy.
any Western. Meaning they would sue any Western EUC company unless the West can create a new type of EUC, new patents. You see that, guys? So you better give your credit to the owner.
Or unless you have like a joint venture or something with them.
Don thirsty lawyers. The lawyers are just doing their jobs. Then comes the safety. EUC is known to be crash machine. That's right, crash machine with no crash bars. People would sue Western EUC company the moment they broke their first bone. Forget that. The first pedal dip, the first beep, they'll complain that it startled them, and then you'll be sued. But they free motion, Kurt Flirt too. But they free motion got wheels that are moving by themselves nowadays. I think Solo Wheel is US made. That's amazing. US made. Wow. Yeah. James Wong, the battery short test need to be done with the case on. Exactly.
That's what we were saying, dude. They have
a good point.
They have to recreate what you did.
That was a good point.
What they needed to do is take a S20 prefab right out the box and go to like a drag strip and just
here's the thing, right? You need two tests. Number one, you need to test the durability of the wheel at crazy full speed. Number one, that just has to be done. Cars do it at 40 miles an hour, but come on, these are EUCs. We have no protection whatsoever. They need to do this at full speed and smash it into a wall. Number two,
you're the bumper.
We're literally the bumper. And then number two, the short testing needs to be a real short test. You know what I mean? Like a real test. So they didn't do any of that. They pretty much showed us how it works.
You figure it out.
They showed us how a short works and how the electronics is supposed to work during a short condition. They didn't try to fail it. So the battery stores it. When a 60 amp fuse blow, it might melt the clear film. That's true. And the short, that's true. Remember they put a clear film over the battery? Yeah, they put a clear film and then they put a sticker on that clear shell.
They did.
Yes. So he's saying if a fuse blows in there, that plastic thing could be, and especially if multiple fuses blow, that plastic thing would go. And then where would the gases go?
Now picture 85-degree day.
Oh my gosh.
Plastic goes up quick too. Think about it. Plastic's made out of petroleum.
Yeah, that is true. Everything is made out of petroleum. I always joke around. Leon says the skill riders are not how many wheels you own; it's how many bones you've broken. If you still have bones in your body, you're not a good rider. Googly eyes. Nothing wrong with made in China. Just test them. That's it. Just test the wheels.
Just make sure the wheels are safe for people to ride. Like I said, I don't care where it's made, man.
Look, if you want to go by that, then most wheels are safe because if we want to go by that and say, okay, it's only one fire or it's only one S18 or two S18 or 4 Gotways, who cares? We sell thousands of these. The wheel's safe. If you want to go by that metric, then that's a safe wheel. The KS20 is a safe wheel if you want to go by that metric. You know what I'm saying?
Look at this, and this will kind of calm people down. Okay, I understand a fire was bad, right? Go look up on the internet, and I always tell people Google is really not research, but for this sake, look on Google and look at some of these car manufacturers and the recalls that they have on cars.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the recalls on cars. When you got a recall,
fires, were they fires?
Cars,
are they fires? Are they fires?
They have all kind of. Think about it. Yeah. Tesla was having cars. They had the Teslas.
I remember that.
Lamborghinis, Lambos,
Ferraris. Yeah. Yeah.
They had problems. They had cars. They had fires, electrical problems. You know, everything. You name it. They had everything go wrong with
That's
the car.
true. Especially scooters. Scooters used to go up in flames a lot, right?
Yeah.
But okay, so Kurt Furtu says, but that goes into a whole political issue, and the U.S. loves politics. Jose A, I think it's 10% of change from others' patented idea.
Yeah.
Patent's idea. Oh, that's when he was talking about, like, you know, they stole the patents and stuff. I can't say that. B Tubbs 00123. Ninebot is the one who has the. Oh gosh, now we're gonna back and forth. I have no idea who has the patent, guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I have no idea who has it. Ed says, "Who gonna take the time?" CJ does not know about patent troll lawyers. Oh, that's true. Oh my gosh, patent troll lawyers. Let's see. Jose again. Inventus was the U.S. company that made Solo Wheel. That's crazy. That's amazing. A U.S. company that made an EUC and it's nowhere. So that tells you the whole story right there. There you go, guys. If you want to know why the U.S. is not making wheels, there you go. Solo Wheel does not exist. And we all make fun of Solo Wheel. So there you go. Not all, but some people actually like their Solo Wheel. So let me not just say all. That's a whole political issue, Stride. Why is everything being made in China instead of here? It's political. Oh, someone says lawsuits. Oh, that's you. EUC with Lucifer says, yep, bird scooters are garbage because cities seemingly limits them to 15 miles an hour. A regulated EUC company would be sold. Dude, are you kidding? Absolutely, dude. We're in the gray area, people. Love the gray. Enjoy the gray. Embrace the gray. Because the moment I don't know, it's just like a weird feedback from somewhere. Enjoy the gray, guys. Enjoy the gray area, because the moment we start getting colors in the colored area, you're done. We're finished. Finished.
Even with the like in New York City, right? They have the Greenway on the West Side Highway, the bike path. They don't want e-bikes, which is ridiculous because those city bikes are nothing but electrical bikes. But e-bikes, people don't even realize those things have motors on them. But anyway, they ride on a path. But it's like worst case scenario, put a speed limit on the thing. You know, peak hours, you can't go over 25. Non-peak, you can do maybe 30, 35. You understand what I mean? It makes no sense to me. It really, really doesn't. I'm just saying.
Googly Eyes says, I agree, you strike. EUCs are totally different to anything I've written before. I'm going to see what that sound is. Hold on for a second. Jose, I think it's coming from your end.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. It's a crackle.
Yeah.
Crackle. All right. Well, I'm going to sign off then, guys.
Hey, Jose. It was a
Sensei, I'll see
pleasure.
you soon, hopefully.
All right, brother.
You strike. Keep inventing.
All right,
Trying. Famous now.
Oh boy, I know, right? That's crazy. That's not how I planned it.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
Later,
Good night,
brother.
man. Yeah, we're just finishing up with the comments. So, let's see. What do you say? An awesome, unique product. Oh, what?
We got a ton of comments, bro.
It's almost done though.
Okay.
I haven't started at the top. I started at the bottom. It's almost done, literally. I agree, Shay. UCs are totally different to any thing I've ever written before. An awesome, unique product built upon previous, previous ideas. Why reinvent the wheel? Use what exists and make it better. No one owned a solo wheel. That's not true. I met a guy who owned a solo wheel.
Some people, solo wheel and air wheel.
Yeah, and air wheel, yeah. Ed says all Chinese college graduate have 5th grade competency in English, and I just literally messed up on competency, so that probably means to me too. So
You guys are fun.
The fat man. Ford didn't create the car. The first car was created in 18 by Karl Benz in Germany. All right, there you go. You know, and look, Benz are so complicated. Fords are so simple. And who likes Benz? Benz are cool, but most people prefer the Ford because they're simple. So it's not about who invented it at the end of the day.
Well, Ford, the only thing they invented was the assembly line to make it faster.
There you go, making them see. So I don't think Ford got hung up on that. They just like, listen, we want to make more of these faster.
Are they sure it was Benz? I thought it was somebody else that created the car, actually.
If you go, it was someone else, but if you go to Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is very biased, they'll tell you that, you know, someone in Europe made it first. So there you go.
But that'll be a story for another time about the first.
That's
car.
another time, yeah, because that we can go down the rabbit hole there. And the problem with going down the rabbit hole is you need to prove it via patents.
Yeah.
You know, and if you can't prove it via patents, then you don't exist.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. Green Master Mike, I disagree. I believe if you're gonna sell a product in the US, they need to have good customer service for US people. I disagree. I believe if you're gonna sell a product in the US, well, I mean, look, what do you say? Go ahead.
This is one thing. I had actually bought something, had something custom made because I couldn't find it here, so we had it made in China. That was probably some of the best customer service I had.
Really? In China?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they want your business.
They want your money, they want your business. So it was emails, you could call, and they walked you through the whole process, make sure you get your stuff. Now, once it hits the American soil, that's all up to you to go get your stuff, get it out of custom. Now, and when it comes in on a port and all that stuff, it's a pain in the butt. But as far as everything before that, it was good customer service.
Yeah. Cascade says, Alien Rides told me a Monster Pro 24-inch tire can do some potholes. Yeah, true. But you really risk bending that rim.
Any rim will bend. I was coming out of New York, what was it, like in November, and I came out the Lincoln Tunnel and I hit a pothole, man, and I cracked my rim. I put about an 8-inch crack in my car rim. I had to get all new rim. Yeah. Wow. So any rim will bend if you hit it hard enough.
Yeah. Googly Eye says performance will be always niche, but the industry needs to be supported by consumer wheels, like any extreme sport. That's true.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can skip some, because you're right. We have a lot.
Yeah, dude, we got a lot. That's a good thing, though. People are engaged. That's always good.
No, we need engagement. Damn, like you're right. Oh shoot, I didn't realize how much we had. Okay, guys. So I guess the last question of the night, and these are the comments I will read, is after all we've discussed, do you guys think Kingsong deserves another chance? Not that it matters, because they're going to get another chance anyway, but what do you guys think? Do you think they deserve another chance?
Man, sorry. Excuse me.
Do you think they deserve another chance, guys? Whoever is online right now. What do you think? Yeah, of course. I think so. Yeah. Do you guys think Kingsong deserves another chance, or are they just done? They're finished? Because I heard some people talk like that. They're done.
Nah, they're not. They're not finished.
No, they're not
finished. Not even close, man.
Oh, you're late. You're late. He says, Zimwi says, what did they say in response? That's the first thing we covered. So you might have to zoom back.
Dude, we've been off for 5 hours.
Yeah. That's why I was like, let me start stopping, because it's going.
That is crazy.
Sure, it was a prototype. This one says, yes, they have a better safety record than. I don't see any response to the question, though. It's Leon says, yes, if they want business, it's a win or flop game now. Oh, okay. We'll see what happens with the first batch. KS has a lot of damage control to do. Yep, that's true. Okay, I just read that. And thank you, Lee Davis. Really appreciate that. He says, I just woke up from another nap and it's still going on.
Welcome back, Lee.
I know, that's his second nap.
This is you strides. It's like a streamathon. We're going.
Honestly, I would keep going, but my lady said, hey, would you like to go? Should we go to IHOP tomorrow to have breakfast? So I'm like, yes. I said yes. So I'm looking at the time now, and I'm like,
dude, you might as well just take a shower and get ready, bro.
So I really want to do that. I don't want to. I don't want to.
Haven't ate IHOP in years, man.
Yeah, giving Duff a run for his money.
Duff is the man. Duff is the
man.
man.
And then Skips Moto says yes, deserves a chance. Howard Brown says yes. Of course, we all agree. I mean, this is nothing that we should, demolish Kingsong for. They've been great for a long time. This is their first entry into performance. We like the fact that they responded, even if we're not 100% happy with their response and how they responded. They responded. So let's see if their update makes a difference. Although I strongly agree with EUC service that the wheel is just not ready for performance. They need to overhaul the board because that pop should not turn into a fire. They tested the motor should have power from the beginning, from the line. So that alone was just a thought right there. So warning, red flag. Go ahead, man. Last words for you.
Dude, I would definitely, if your heart is set, you got your deposit down on it, go ahead and get the wheel, man. That's what I say.
My Instagram is hilarious. He says U-Strat wouldn't give the S20 a chance, so he sabotaged the demo.
That's what I was laughing at before. Funny's a funny dude, man.
No, I did not. I just want to put that out there. I did not, and I could not. So that's funny. Guys, it was a pleasure. I have an outro video, so I'll just play that, and that's it.
Thanks everybody. Sensei. Enjoyed it.
Is there anything else you want to say, Sensei?
Nah, man. I thank everybody for tuning in and being engaged. And it was a good night, man. Good night, good morning.
Yeah.
Everybody, remember you ride your wheel like you hate it. That's the only way to ride it.
Yep. So, my man, thank you for coming in.
Oh, dude, it's a pleasure. Always a pleasure, man. Always.
Yeah. I started crashing. I'm like crashing, guys, if you can't tell.
Oh, dude, I'm good to go. I'm going to continue on my channel. I'm just kidding.
What? Introducing the new Resistor Light.
What the
maximum movement?
All right, brother, take it easy.
Designed to feel weight. Everybody. Experience the comfort of short.
I was like, where does this sound coming from?
All right, man. Take it easy. I'm out.
Out. Take it easy.
Peace.
Yep. All right, guys. So, wow, that was a very long stream, but it was worth it. It was worth it because I haven't seen any videos at all besides Sean's video, which briefly covered what happened. I expect that people are probably preparing videos to talk about this because, it takes time. So the topic was good. We had a few people come on to express their opinions. You guys expressed your opinions. I just think like things like that should not go unnoticed, and it shouldn't go like we shouldn't act as if it didn't happen, because what's going to happen is you have these companies, these manufacturers who are able to build amazing things, just put it out there, and if no one says anything about it, what's holding them to the fire? Nothing's holding, no pun intended, but nothing's holding them to the fire. If your deposits still exist, you might as well not have said anything, because it's the money that talks. You know what I'm saying? So I really thank you guys for tuning in. Really thank you for your engagement, because this was an engaging topic. It's unfortunate that this happened. I didn't plan it that way. I planned on riding. I planned on going to the jumps. I planned on doing a lot of things with that wheel, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Lee Davis, you can go in that fourth sleep now, and trust me, it won't be on when you come back. But you guys were awesome. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. It was spontaneous. So why don't you guys go to Kingsong's International on Instagram, check out their YouTube, and just watch it for yourselves. Watch the comments, see what people say, make a judgment that way. Never go with the first batch unless you don't care. Go with the second batch, because the second batch is refined. You know what I mean? So that's the only good advice I can come up with, you guys. Overall, the Kingsong is a great wheel. Okay, I had a great experience with the wheel. It's just that failure is unacceptable. Okay, there's no excuse for it. It's just unacceptable. So That was great. So let's see when they will release a new wheel for us to test. And I just hope I get the chance to test it again. See what happens. Good night, guys. Thank you very much. Lee Davis, you have a good night. Good night, everyone. Let me play my outro.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Appreciate you guys for checking the channel out. So I had an opportunity to test out the KS20 on Sunday, and I want to thank eWheels and I want to thank Sean for that opportunity. So unfortunately, it didn't go as planned, but in a way, it's a good thing it went the way it did, because it's not in your hands, it's in our hands. We got to test it, we're the dummies. So the video will demonstrate exactly what happened, what led up to, this massive, crazy fire. So in short, what I did was I was testing the power of the motor, and I was putting the wheel under a bit of stress, pretty much riding it similar to how I ride my Gotway wheels. So here's the video. It's in its raw form with minor cuts, and I'll explain at the very end what happened. Okay. Go ahead, check it out.
You have to like get it. Go ahead. Thanks. Oh shoot!
Yeah, it's going to hit the engine. So be careful, because it might blow up. Then you back up.
I knew it. It wasn't. I knew it. This is soft mode, not hard.
What happened? Just stop?
Yeah, because I held the brakes. Whoa. Shit. Yo, you all right? Oh shoot!
Yeah, it's going to hit the engine. So be careful, because it might blow up. Yeah, back up.
I knew it. It wasn't. I knew it. This is soft mode, not hard.